for the podcast, and already now I can say there is a link in the description for Anchor, where on Anchor you can get a link for Spotify and other places where this podcast is out. Now, we also have some questions from you guys you have been asking on Instagram, and those questions will be taken at the last part of the podcast, but we're going to start by just having a little bit of introduction, because going back to the podcast, I am no creator of such products. Therefore, I have decided to get some professionals on the podcast, and Wakushi and Aesthetic Ants is what I think is quite professional. So, say hello to Wakushi.
Hello everybody, Sid here from Wakushi. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Sid. It's amazing to have you here on the podcast. And Sid, you run the store Wakushi, and I do believe that this is your full-time job.
Yeah, it has been for, when's that's coming up? From probably around January. It was full-time on the ants. Before that, the printer farm, and there was it was more of a team working in collaboration on a few different projects, and then I've decided to branch out, do this full-time. So yeah, it's nice that that can be done and the time can be dedicated to the hobby.
So you said January this year, or how long?
Yeah, January. So around January this year, sort of the start of this year's ant season.
This year being 2021.
That's correct, yeah. So it was, judging by last year, was kind of just getting a scope of kind of how busy the hobby is, how much there's a requirement for their sort of ant keeping hobby, with the loss of a few stores, and with the hobby growing and obviously gaining a few new stores. You've got some fantastic ant shops out there. So, that's just bringing a wider scope and a wider range of ants to the hobby and to people who want to get into it, which is fantastic. And obviously those kind of, a lot of the people getting ants, they're now looking for nests. And there's obviously great manufacturers of ants out there. But the nice thing is there's room for a lot more sort of nest makers and things. So that's then enabled me to kind of focus on this more and kind of keep working on nests, and it's been fantastic, and it's nice to be so involved in a sort of specialist area and hobby.
Yeah, it's really amazing to have you here on the podcast, and I'm sure we'll go in a bit more on the specialist part, because you specialize in leafcutter nest and other nests like that, or at least you are trying. But together with Wakushi, we also have Aesthetic Ants. Now, Aesthetic Ants is a YouTuber with over 2,000 subscribers, and he has a Etsy shop where he also says Ant Nest. Say hello to Aesthetic Ants.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Ant Oliver podcast. It's great to be finally part of to be part of a podcast like the Ant Pod. It's an honor, and thank you, Oliver, for having me.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you. I must say, I had to hear the Formicast podcast with you last year, I think. I just had to rehear that.
Yeah, that was such a long time ago. Back then, I only had 200 subscribers, I believe. So yeah, I came a long way since one of the last podcasts. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's amazing to have you on my podcast or the Ant Pod. So how long have you been running your store for?
I started the store in November last year. That's when I first got my 3D printer and started basically right away selling ant nests. So yeah, that was quite a thing. At the start it didn't go well, but yeah, it turned out all right in the end. So and for full disclaimers, I'm not doing it full time. I'm still in school, so right now it's more of a side hustle as you would think, and more of a side project and not something I'm doing full time. So yeah,
not full time yet, at least.
Not full time yet. True.
Now, doing the podcast, we may refer to Aesthetic Ants as EA and Wakushi as Sid, because it's just quite a bit easier and shorter to say. But gentlemen, I think we should start the podcast for real. So immediately, you may not know this, but Wakushi and Aesthetic Ants is actually quite closely friends, I think. You two talk quite a lot with each other. Is that true?
Yeah, that's quite true. I'll answer this one. So there's a fun story behind it. First, when I was a very small channel still, Sid immediately caught I caught Set's eye, and he left a comment, when you hit 1,000, I'll sponsor that video. So back then I was totally excited because I had known Wakushi because I was looking for a lot of ant stores and a lot of inspiration at the time, and I did knew him for a longer time, but I thought it was okay. This is this massive store with all these people behind it, and I never saw like the person behind the brand Wakushi. And so a few months later, I was getting close to like the 500, and then I messaged him because I liked the product so much, asking to be an affiliate because okay, maybe I can help this brand a little bit. Meanwhile, I bought some products and I really liked them. I thought, okay, this is a good store, I need to promote this, and more people need to see this brand. And yeah, until now I stuck with that as the only brand I'm really promoting as an affiliate kind of. So that's what got the ball rolling. So I asked for via email, I asked for that product code, and I got it. And still, Static Ants 10% discount. throw it out there for the people to know.
But it's I think it's better to use Ant Oliver. Just
and of course use Ant Oliver. Then we can have a race, see what product codes used more. So then I sent a second email asking, I believe it was something like, okay, can I be like the creator's face of the brand? Something like that. It was a little bit cringe what I sent. But yeah, that was before we knew each other. And I don't know how it started, but I think Sid joined the Discord or something. Or anyway, we got talking and basically it never stopped. And well, I think it's almost safe to say that I text more with Sid than with my girlfriend. So it's almost becoming a problem at this time. But no, it grew out to not only great partnership, I think, but also I can say great friendship. And I learned so much from Sid and from all his experience, and it really helped me, and it really prevented me from making a lot of mistakes. So yeah, I'm very grateful, and yeah, I can see him a little bit as a father figure now.
Oh, and
he's always teaching me what to do and what not to do. So yeah, very thankful, and great to call him a friend. So that's a little bit how it happened.
This is purely amazing, and keeping bringing people together.
A true love story.
True love story. EA and Wakushi. True love story. A match made in heaven.
But I think it stemmed. It kind of sparked off. I think a lot with a mutual interest in 3D printing, and I think that was what stemmed quite a lot of the sort of the direct communication. Bouncing ideas off each other and things, and just sort of discussing a lot of the hobby and kind of the improvements and what's around and what could be done better and things like that. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and it's nice to have not only the ants but have 3D printing side of things.
Definitely.
Kind of mutual interest as well.
Yeah, this is purely amazing to sit here and hear. So you two, you're a little bit of a team. Yeah, are all ant gaming stores talking together, or is it just you two, or is it a bigger team? Or let me get some insight from a shop perspective. Are all stores talking together?
I think there is a lot of there are kind of a few networks. There are a lot, because what you tend to find is there's not a whole lot of stores that do everything. You tend to find there are stores that specialize more in ants. There are stores that specialize more in supplies. There are stores which specialize in not just ants. There are stores that specialize in nests. So it's quite difficult. The difficult thing with the hobby, I think, is it is small, but it's growing fast. But I don't think it's necessarily quite at the stage where it warrants a huge store that can really handle absolutely everything. I guess the one store to compare it to is something like the Ant Store Germany. They obviously kind of specialize in everything. They've been running a very long time, so obviously they built up that base. So I don't think there's a whole lot of stores that are quite at that caliber. So you will find there will be those networks because when one store can't provide something, it's nice to have almost a kind of a partner store that you can work closely with. So, helping out, like EA would have a suggestion of where to buy ants from, be it, Ant Lady or somewhere like Antix, and kind of vice versa. So there is those networks, because at the moment, obviously they need to be, because you do need to work closely, especially when you've got a new keeper, and they say, for example, like, I really want this species of ants and I want a nest that goes with it, and I might have a nest that goes with it, but I don't have the ants available. So then they want a suggestion, or I could recommend, do you know what, you've got stores like Ant Lady, you've got stores like Antix that have massive range of ants, and they can go to those. Or there may be somewhere in EU at the moment who want, a suggestion of where they can buy nests from, and that's where they can be diverted to someone like EA's Etsy store, because obviously they, it's better for them to order from there than it can be from the UK at the moment. So yeah, there are a few networks.
Yeah, definitely. I try also to, because I have Antix in the UK, then as a reseller of my nests. So basically, I send them a bunch of my nests, and of course, sending a big package is way cheaper than sending them individual nests to the UK because of all the Brexit and stuff. So I definitely try to keep partnerships. The main one is also with Utah Ant Shop in America to resell my nest, just to make. For me, it doesn't really have a lot of benefits, but for the customer and the people live in that countries, it becomes much cheaper for them. So yeah, I try to get as many nests out there to the people that want it, and then these partnerships are a great way to make that happen.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear that you're not like competing, but working together with creating this hobby and making it all that much better. And talking about that, why did you decide to start making these ant keeping products? Let's start with Sid.
So I feel like I've touched on something similar to this before. So the reason I kind of got into it, I've been involved with inverts. I've had tarantulas, scorpions, praying mantis, tons and tons and tons of inverts before, and I've always been into bugs and things as a kid, and all kinds of just general pets and things. But for some reason, just ants. Even though I'd always had an interest in them, in the UK we don't have much to choose from. We have just Lasius niger and Flavus, and that's until I got into ant keeping. Actually, that's about all I was aware that we even had in the UK. I didn't even know there was anything other than those two. I just thought there was literally red and black ants.
Yeah,
and
I've been there.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, my whole life, for 35 years or 30 years, I've been sort of out playing with bugs and stuff in the garden up until now, and I'd only ever come across really just the red ants in the grass and then black ants that run around. And obviously it's easier to, at the time, just mix up Fusco and think they're just Nigers and this type of stuff. So really, I just it'd always been an interest. I'd kind of like the idea of them, but never thought it really possible to keep them as a kind of pet. And it wasn't really because there wasn't much information around, and most of all, there wasn't really sufficient ant farms or nests. All the nests were much the same kind of Chinese acrylic type ones that you see, and and there were a lot of these sort of these kiddie gimmick nests that that they send you ants in the post. They send you to sort of 20 messer workers, and they're not actually, there's no queen, and then they're not really designed to actually have an ant farm. So it just I can't remember exactly when I stumbled into it. I think it was just generally when I was just browsing around on eBay and stumbled across a few DIY options of nests, and I thought, wait a minute, I'm kind of getting into this 3D printing, and that might be something I could look into. And then the more I looked into it, and I'd had stumbled across Ants Canada at this time, so I'd kind of had a bit more of an understanding that, oh, well, actually, wait, there actually is a way of kind of keeping these, but the question is, what nests are available. And after browsing around a lot, I found a few options that were very expensive. Ants Canada stuff was very expensive to get to the UK after fees and things, and the UK had a few options, but but I just kind of thought maybe there's something I can do to, you know, I had a few ideas in my head, and I actually didn't even think of making it into, you know, a product to sell. It was more of just a personal project. But as with most of the stuff that I do now, they start off as personal projects for my own personal colonies, and they're troubles that I have when keeping them. And then all I do is just design them, but with a kind of, with also an intention to mass produce them. So there's kind of some limitations, but in essence, it's all stuff for myself that I just enable customers to buy as well, because they make my time keeping them easier, and that will naturally be the same for the same problems that people are having in the hobby. So that was kind of really what stemmed the whole shop, and the community. Obviously the feedback and things really just are what keep it going. You know, the more people that buy nests, the more inspiration that, you know, inspires me, that when people are buying them and they're saying, and they send you pictures of their colonies, and they're thriving in them,
must be amazing.
You know, that kind of stuff really it does, it spurs you on, because you've helped someone else get into what is such a fantastic hobby. That can also, you know, it can also work the other way around as well. When you see, you know, for example, someone sends a message to you and they're like, well, you know, what happened here, what went wrong with, you know, I had them in, it might just be something like, you know, these Chinese style ant farms that they're made to sell, rather than being functional. And then when the basics are explained, they kind of understand maybe that was probably not the right time to either move them in or the right nest for them.
That's also why we're doing this podcast, to try to help everybody get a wider, like see that it is not just acrylic and cheap and that's best. There's real thoughts behind your tools nest. You work a lot on them, and you make some an amazing quality at the end. But I think going over to Mr. EA, how did you decide to start your own shop?
It's quite a different story than Sid's, but also kind of similar story. So back then I already had the YouTube channel, and a problem what I was facing quite early on is, okay, I have a few ant colonies. Problem is I can't make enough interesting content about these few colonies. Yeah, well, ants don't do that much, so there's just not enough content. So what do you then do? Okay, you get more ants, more content. So as I was expanding my ant colonies, and back then I wasn't that knowledgeable, and I thought, oh, we'll need a nest soon for them. But most of the colonies I got then are still in test tubes. But that's on a side note. So I thought, oh, I need to get nests soon. So I was browsing, and I saw all these nests, and I thought, well, this is way too expensive. And if I need to get nests for all these colonies and outworlds and all that stuff, and then I started looking, okay, what's in my own country? What can I get for cheaper? Turns out it wasn't cheaper, and it also, yeah, really, I like clean nests and white especially, and there wasn't much of that locally available. So I thought, you know what? Let me check. Why can't I make my own nest? So I started with white tongue. Completely failed. Turns out I'm very, very bad at making white tongue ant nests. So then I thought, okay, I have to find something else. And I am very good with my computer skills. So I got into 3D printing. I saw how easy it was to get into at a basic level. So I got into it with the thought, okay, I'm gonna make nests for myself. And then I found out how hard it is to make an actual good ant nest. And then how hard printing can be if you want to be a little more advanced. So I made the first ant nest, and actually I was pretty proud on what I made. And then a lot of OG fans said, hey, I want that as well. Can I buy that? I thought, oh, people actually want this. So I start selling a few, and then more people asked, and I start selling more, and then, okay, now I need to look and getting this, and they asked for test tube stuff, and then they asked for tubing and all that stuff. So it was just expanded basically on the demand, and yeah, that's how it all started for me. So out of self-interest, also the fun story about the mini outworlds were purely self-interest. Thought, okay, I need to feed my colonies more easily. so yeah, that's why I made the mini outworlds, and yeah, it caught on luckily. So yeah.
It's so funny hearing this, because you just started off, and then the fans wanted it, and suddenly there was people that wasn't fans that also wanted it, and yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can do if you have some proper equipment and make some proper quality. People suddenly.
Yeah, I think it's very experienced with a very important same for Sid, is that you're passionate yourself and you're keeping ants yourself, keeping a lot of ants yourself to test out your products, of course. And if you're not passionate about something, it usually doesn't work that well. That explains also a lot about me and you in terms of YouTube. But yeah, that's a question for later. But yeah, just if you're not passionate, it doesn't work. And if you're passionate, then same with Wakushi, then you can see that it actually pays off. And yeah.
Yeah, now I wrote in my script that we had the basics down, and now for some more fun questions. But to be honest, we're already all in on the fun questions, at least the more detailed questions. So I'm gonna jump a little bit around the question and ask, what was your first nest/prototype, and how did it work, and how many did you make before you sold the first one? And let's start with EA this time.
All right. So yeah, the first one I made a video on that. It was quite funny. It had actually, basically I didn't know really how hydration works, so I just poked some holes in the wall and called it a day. And I thought, okay, what if I make like a plaster block and you can hydrate that plaster block? So that was actually the hardest thing to do. So printing the first design went pretty easy, because it wasn't too special. Didn't also have a connector or anything. The connection was just also a hole in the wall, so it was pretty basic. And then I tried making a mold for plaster, but for people that tried it, that absolutely doesn't work, because plaster will attach to the print itself, and yeah, that doesn't work. So I tried so many molds. That was actually what I like 6 or 7 designs, and then one design with screws that you had to unscrew, and then the mold would come off. But then I mismeasured, and then the mold wouldn't fit, and yeah, there were a lot of problems. And then I completely redesigned everything. Much later, was I think maybe a month later, when I learned some more printing techniques, because I was making designs because I had so much fun doing it. And then I think it took me like 4 or 5 tries to get the first one ready to sell. So yeah.
Yeah, it's so fun hearing how you test. And to be honest, I would personally love to see more videos online, because at this whole thinking process, I remember last year you did your whole mountain thing, doing hibernation, and it's just amazing to follow how you find problems, you try to find solutions, and then you find new problems, and it just goes on and on and on. But Wakushi, or Sid, I should say, what's your story about your first nest and your first customer?
Oh wow, the first nest I made was absolutely shocking. I actually still keep it. I've got it around somewhere. Now, EA was lucky, because when he got into 3D printing, the 3D printers were quite much further along than when the first printers I got. And I must say, mine were very, very early printers at that time, and they were, quite frankly, terrible. You probably imagine the worst 3D printed nest you've ever seen, then make it worse than that, and that's probably what the very first prototypes were like.
If you still have a picture of that, I would love for you to share
I
it.
think I saw it one time. Is it a black nest? I think
it's black. It's
yeah,
black.
Then
yeah,
I saw it.
Appalling.
Yeah.
Like,
he isn't lying. That's really terrible.
It's so it warped so badly, because at the time the printer bed, they weren't textured. They were just a piece of glass that gets hot, and nothing stuck to it. And I didn't know anything about. It was all a huge learning curve. And 3D printing, the basics are quite easy, but there's such a scope of improvement that can be made with it, with just settings and experience and hardware and machinery. And that was, so the first prototypes were just terrible. They weren't functional. They looked like the rough shape, but they were suitable for nothing more than the bin. And it probably took about 6 months of really playing around with 3D printers before I got to the stage where I felt comfortable enough with them to actually make something that might actually work. And then it was kind of an ongoing stage of maybe 6 months or so working on. I mean, the one thing I didn't want to do was kind of start small and expand, because it's kind of a hard way to. For example, there's a lot of stores out there that will just try and maybe make and sort of retail one nest. Obviously, like a bit like EA's done, but obviously he's had that fantastic boost of having the YouTube channel and that kind of awareness. But there's tons and tons of people who are now making and 3D printing nests. It's quite difficult for them to become noticed because it is a very it's a very flooded market in a way, that sort of side of things now. So one of the ways that I kind of tried to get around that, even though it wasn't so flooded then, was I kind of spent 6 months working on a whole range of modules and options, all the generation stuff, which some people may remember. They're very similar to the stuff the sort of modular stuff that's available now, but it was improved quite significantly for Generation 2. But that was kind of where things eventually got up to, and that was the first time they were actually sold, was when I got to Generation 1. But it'd gone through a whole range of failures and just testing and just endless amounts of nests being binned to get to that point. So that was kind of how I got there.
Amazing story. But you are still running your shops, and you're constantly working on new products and new outworlds and whatnot. What's your favorite upcoming nest, EA?
Ooh, well, upcoming nest, I think, are the new mesh nests. So
a new mesh nest.
New mesh nest.
Yeah.
Well, we currently only the small mesh nest is available. Because I knew, all right, I can put that out there. That should be all fine because it's very small and contained. But for larger and the medium nest, it was a little more difficult to see how ants would do inside the nest. So I made a few prototypes, sent them out to several people to test it out for me, because I don't have the colony sizes for the large nests. And yeah, the reviews have been very, very great, very promising. And Oliver is a lucky tester and was be able to test out the medium mesh nest. Well, I think you can agree that it is a big improvement from the last nest, and that's definitely a very unique style of nest. So I'm very proud on that, because the way I make them, I haven't seen them before yet. So it's very original, and being original is already very hard. So if I then succeed, I'm very happy. And very upcoming are my new outworlds. So that's even more exciting, because people ask me that for all year now.
Yeah, I must say, just to finish your story about the new and the old nest. The old nest EA made was with a sponge, and with the new nest, this is the mesh nest, where you actually use a cotton ball under the nest to hydrate, and you can switch this cotton ball out over time if it gets moldy, whereas with most normal nests it will be quite hard to go in and change the sponge with a colony inside. But Wakushi, you're also working on some Leafcutter stuff, and what else are you working on, and what is your favorite upcoming project?
Well, favorite's going to go hand in hand with these Leafcutters. They're just on another level. I mean, they kind of restarted that early excitement I had when I got into ant keeping, because it almost feels like a separate hobby in itself. So it's hard. So any question I get asked about what I've kind of got going on, what I'm excited about, it's just going to stem all over Leafcutters at the moment, because I think we've got a plan for doing a separate podcast just on those, so I won't
that is
go too much.
Quite correct. Hopefully next week's podcast will be all about Leafcutters and these products. So yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, so I won't boggle too much about that right now. But yeah, they're definitely the favorite and the biggest thing I've got ongoing at the moment. There's quite a lot of items that are due for launch, that have been awaiting launch, are going through testing. One other one that's particularly a favourite, which I'm starting to move a lot of colonies into, are the kind of Fedoli all-in-one type setups.
Some
So
MS
those,
Nest or
yeah, it's kind of it's a play on tubs and tubes, where you've got test tubes running inside an outworld, so it makes things like keeping very very tiny species, like Solenopsis fugax. There's some of those really tiny species that even something like a microspecies nest might not be suitable for. The type of species which you might only be able to keep in tubs and tubes, just because they can only really go in a test tube that needs to be situated in an outworld. And it's difficult to explain because it's one of those, and I'm also playing around with some experimental no light shield nesting, just to kind of enable a few more possibilities with regards to sort of nests. But a lot of the new stuff is trying to bring down overall price of ant keeping. Like I said, all in one. It's probably not necessarily all in one, but it kind of is. More like tubs and tubes. That will kind of enable people not to need an outworld and a separate nest, because it goes hand in hand, so that when they expand from that.
Yeah, and that's also just because right now, I mean, a cheap nest is like £9-10, and then a cheap outworld is like 15 or something like that pounds as well. So it really quickly get expensive for that you have to both buy a nest and an outworld together with that. So yeah, I get what you're working on.
Yeah, so it's that's something that's coming soon. It's going through heavy testing, because I think that it can make things it'll make things a lot easier for a lot of people. I get a lot of people asking for the MS nests are becoming incredibly popular. And it just seems to be the more popular it comes, the more people are pushing the limits of it and trying to put ever so small species in there. But not only that, there's a lot of people who want to farm brood and things. So there's people who maybe they keep parasitic queens or slaver queens, and they want to maybe they have a colony of Fusca, and they want a way to be able to take some brood now and again, just to top up. Obviously, if you've got a nest which has detachable test tubes inside an outworld, it can make that process kind of easy. So it's kind of one of these things to look out for. I think it's going to be very popular, and I think a lot of people, it will kind of make things a lot easier for a lot of people. But that's a sort of a kind of a main popular, and there's also a big range of nests coming which are test tube based. I'm becoming very fond of, from off the back of the Venus, becoming a big fan of test tube variant nests, just because of how well they work and how easy they are.
And I must pop in and clarify some things. Your MS nest, for all those listening that are not that don't know Wakusha too much, that is for macro species, so really small species are able to live in these MS nest. And this Venus nest is basically 3 test tubes hooked up with a little mini outworld. So that's just to clarify for all of those listening.
That is indeed correct. Yeah.
But yeah, the next question is, I mean, we are a little bit on the topic. It is maybe mostly for Wakushi, as you have quite a lot of products in your bag. What is your favorite existing product? And adding on that, what's your most over-engineered product you have on your store?
Oh, okay. So my favorite probably has to be I'm gonna go with the Venus, just because it was a really fun project to work on. There was a lot of hype about it when it first came out. There was a lot of changes being done from feedback. So generally, the whole process of making it was really fun. And also, it's very popular, and I see a lot of people using them in social media, and that's always nice as well. And they work very well for founding, and obviously, it's probably one of the best nests for beginners to use in a founding stage. Obviously, when you've got things like EA's Mini Outworld, which is, I'm sure, his top selling nest, and you've got the Venus, they are the ones that are just so easy for beginners to get involved, because there's no risk of them moving ants in that where they moving into a too big nest and such.
It's an old one tops and tube setup, so okay.
Yeah, it just makes things simple. It's very difficult to go wrong with them because they cover a lot of things. You've got hydration taken care of. You've got heat cable placement there, so you can't. A lot of the sort of things that can go wrong are kind of solved for you with regards to heat cable location and the hydration. So you just worry about occasional feeding, and everything's done for you really. So that's why they're quite nice.
Are they then your most over-engineered, or is it something totally different?
No, they were quite over-engineered because they actually started off being almost like a 4-port version. Well, they started off as a sort of an alternative to the Ants Canada portal, because in the UK, I found I like the idea of those where you could just connect the test tubes. And you've just got a way of feeding things inside them. That's how they started off, and then it just started progressing to then closing the sides off, so that light wouldn't get in the sides. And then thought, well, now there's nothing on the top, so okay, let's add a red shield. So it did get quite over-engineered. I'm not going to lie, but it's hard when you find these solutions that make things a bit easier, and then you have the rack system for it, and it's hard to not get carried away. I think the most over-engineered might possibly be at the moment, until the Leafcutter stuff comes out, probably the Weaver Outworlds, because there's a lot of accessories, a lot of parts, a lot of flexibility on setup. So that took a long time. That was about a year in development, and I think still people don't even know the full capabilities of the setup with regards to. I think it will start showing over time, but there's a lot of different accessories and different ways of setting it up that can solve various things by using parts that aren't necessarily set up for the Weaver Outworld. But that'll come. But that was probably my most engineered project, I think.
Yeah, it's also pretty niche item, so harder to get the full feedback and stuff like you got from the Venus. So yeah, then it's definitely harder.
Yeah, and talking about you, EA, or talking with you, I know you have your whole mesh nest lineup. Or working on it at least. Was that over-engineered, or how long did it take for you to make the mesh nest?
Well, yeah, over-engineered might be a big term, because in all, it's a very simple nest still. It doesn't have much to it. You basically connect the tube and that's it, and you let the ants inside. So over-engineered, I would say not. I would like to make something just very complicated and over-engineered. I did that with the EA1 nests, so I think that would be a little bit too over-engineered. But yeah, I try to keep it as simple as possible, because definitely for me, the biggest customers or the biggest group is just kids. So minors under the age of 18. So yeah, you need to make it as dummy-proof as possible, and the new nests are 100% flood-proof, and for microspecies they are 100% escape-proof. So yeah, I think maybe that is a little bit over-engineered, but still the core idea of the nest is very simple. Of course, it uses very advanced printing techniques to make it actually work, and it's definitely not easy to do. But that's also why it's unique, and I'm very happy that I made it in that way. But yeah, I wouldn't classify it as over-engineered. That would be more for the EA1, and for the people that aren't aware, the EA1 is it's called the Aesthetic Ants 1. It's basically an art nest, so it's not per se for it's most functional or the best for your ants, but it's just I made it to look cool. So yeah, and that was pretty over-engineered. That took quite a while to get right. So yeah.
But the end result does look really cool.
Yeah, I'm still very, very proud of that nest. So how it turned out, yeah.
Okay, so both of you, we have talked a lot about how you have to test and how you have to keep trying, and failure is not really an option, or I mean it is, but you both seem really motivated to just keep engineering things. What motivates you in general, Sid?
Probably all the ants I keep because I don't really have much choice a lot of the time. It's a great thing, and I think it's one of the most fantastic things about having the time for this, and it's to keep so many different species, and they are constantly pushing me to find solutions, because as the colonies grow, they really test the boundaries, and that is when you really kind of you understand and you can see the failures in designs. You can learn from the mistakes. You can solve those issues. And usually, when you've solved an issue, or when they've pointed out a weakness in a various product, you know about that weakness going forward. So then that makes any products you then design going forward no longer have that issue. So it's really the ants themselves that are kind of motivating me to keep doing it, because I just keep getting new genus, new species. They're like Pokemon. You really just get absolutely, you just want to catch them all. And there's still so many genus I want to, I'm really keen to get hold of some honeypots and work on a setup for them. I think one of the biggest excitements, it's the challenge. I think it is really what it's all about. It's that kind of, right, here is a species. People really struggle with keeping them, low success, survival rates, challenge accepted. Okay, let's get down. Let's, like Leafcutters at the moment, there's next to no setups that I can find, that I'm aware of, that people sell, that are functionally reliable, and make things easy to keep. Because I kind of was always kind of thought Leafcutters, whoa, they are for an insanely advanced level keeper, someone who's just got a whole room set up for them, and they need special foods, and they need this and they need that, and if the temperatures go 1 degree above what they're supposed to be, the whole colony will just get wiped. No, they're not at all like that. They're actually incredibly simple to keep.
But I must stop you right here. All of those listening you are all really interested. This will be what the next podcast is about. Yeah, so yeah. Don't
spoiler alert. Yeah, I won't go too far.
Spoiler alert. But EA, do you have anything to add on what motivates you?
I can only agree with Seth here. It's for me the ants that motivate me, and you can see that really well in the products I'm making. So right now I'm selling, well, relatively speaking, small ant nests. I think the largest ant nest I sell is not even a quarter of the largest ant nest Sid sells. So, and that's mainly because I don't have large colonies myself. So, like I said, it's a self-interest for now that I make products for myself that I can use. And then, of course, with the larger nests, I don't need them right now, but I made them for the people that want larger ant nests. But yeah, I haven't made like a huge ant nest basically because I don't need them. And if you need a nest yourself, then for my growing Nickerbrances, for example, then you really start to push because you need it, and maybe space will become a problem. Then I will look at, okay, how to stack maybe the nest, or how to make it more space efficient. Do I need to make towers of nests? So yeah, really the ants are the main motivators to make the products. And yeah, I think my store really reflects that well.
Yeah, it's really fun to hear that, because as a consumer or just a buyer, I didn't really think that was what motivates you. I just thought, well, just having fun with it. But it makes sense. Both of your answers. It really makes sense that the ants try to push you to, make a new and better products. But this has been the kind of the first segment of the podcast with the questions that I had wrote for the podcast. Now we have some questions over from Instagram, and we are starting with a question from Ant Scandinavia. Yes, it is the Ant Scandinavia who was in the podcast last week, so be sure to check that out if you haven't heard it. But Ant Scandinavia asked, so because I can't read the question, I'm going to have to rewrite the question a little bit. As we talked about earlier, there's quite a lot of competitions between these smaller stores before you get up to this next level. And co-upping with the Ant Scandinavia question, Is the market oversaturated, or what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I think that in some parts the market is getting saturated, but yeah, there's definitely so many that people that asked this question probably all only picture like UK stores, or then for me, and then maybe like AliExpress or Ant House, for example, and Ant Store. But there are so many more Ant shops that you probably never heard about. There are so many in Spain. There are so many Italian ones, so many French ones. There are from Asia. There are Ant shops from Australia. There are Ant shops in South America and North America. There are so many Ant shops. So the fact that you don't even know them, to me, says, okay, this market is not saturated yet. Far from it, actually. And I hope that every maker and every Ant store does something original, and pushes their own like mark on their nest, like I try to do, like make it a little bit about aesthetic ants and about me, because all the ant nests, definitely the 3D printed ones, at the core they are the same. They're just what they made with a 3D printer, and most of the hydration works relatively the same, and they're all the same. So you are choosing the nests based on who made them, on the service the shop provides, and how unique the nest is. So definitely isn't saturated as long as everyone keeps doing their own thing. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Do you have anything to add, Sid, or are you happy with EA's answer?
Well, I mean, it's a massively growing hobby. There is a lot of new stores popping up. That isn't a bad thing because the hobby is growing. The nice thing is, from seeing it from my point of view, I can see just how fast the hobby is growing, and that's great. There is a lot of new stores. It'd be, the one thing that I can say to a lot of the new stores is to really try and work on something new. I mean, I know it's very tempting to make nests like that ones that already exist, but it's it will be difficult for them to be noticed going forward. There's still so much more improvement needed. I'm sure that in 4 years' time, we'll look back at the nests that are around today and just be like, what were we all thinking? Like everyone those nests are just terrible in comparison to what and how advanced they will become. And it's very important that people and stores need to keep pushing this hobby, and kind of feedback and improvements in manufacture and testing new designs and experimenting. And I think it's one of the things that me and EA love so much. It's the constantly keep trying new ideas and testing things. 90% of the time they're absolute fails. It just doesn't work out. Probably for every product I launch, 10 of them will go in the bin. They'll just be different designs that just get shelved because they either just get superseded or so it's really important that stores do keep trying new things, and rather than just kind of cloning the same stuff, because it's not going to really help promote that hobby.
No, it will definitely be funny to look back on this interview and see how much things have changed, because I actually didn't really think about this, but yeah, it must be crazy seeing the nest from 5 years ago or 4 years ago compared to today, and it'll be funny to compare them in the future.
Yeah, but I think that's only a good thing.
Yeah.
Imagine we're looking back and think, oh, okay, 5 years ago, that was the best thing I can make now, than if there was no progression at all. So, yeah, it's good that we dislike the first stuff we made, because that shows only how much we have progressed. Definitely how much Sid progressed. I just starting out, basically. But, yeah, I think myself, what I make now versus the first one, I progressed massively. And also, of course, thanks to people like Sid who guided me a little bit and gave me those starter tips to skip a few steps that a lot of people face. So yeah, basically a cheater, yeah. But you have to learn from the people that have more experience. That's just best way to do it, and then learn and try to do it better. That's well, the student always has to try to become the master. That's how it is.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As long as you work together and not like, as long as you work together, it's all fun and games. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Either way,
together instead of against each other. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how we bring the hobby to a whole nother level. But next question we have is from. It's a bit of a question both from Victor and from Nova Ants, so it's always nice to have Nova answer questions. How do you go about designing the nest layout? And I'm guessing this is referred to the chambers inside. And Nova Ants asked, do you think about the specific species when designing the nest? And let's start with Sid.
So before I didn't think about specific species, because I didn't really have much experience with them. So when I'm referring to sort of the very first nests that are launched, which were probably maybe 2 years ago now, they were just a very generic nest. Now, very limited and keeping experience, kind of was more about, I kind of looked around what people were doing and the basics of hydration, and they just need some dry area and some hydrated area. So at that time, no specific species weren't factored in. Obviously, going forward with the Weaver setup, the Fidoli setups, microspecies. So yes, now that the nest have got to a stage where I'm branching out into specific species, then yes, they're factored in at this stage. About designing the nest layout, that's a tricky one because quite often it's relative to the nest size, I must say. I mean, I know EA tends to like to play around with the more naturalistic designs. I tend to favour just more towards maximising the amount of volume inside the nest that you can get. But I know obviously EA is going to have a totally different point here because he loves the aesthetics.
And I think it's perfect to throw it over to aesthetic. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, for species, right now I just keep in mind, okay, if it works for Lasius niger, I'm 80% there, which is very easy if you're in a European store, I think, because I don't speak facts here, but I think around 80% keeps Lasius niger in the nests I sell. So yeah, definitely if it's good for them, you're covering most of the people's needs. Then again, you want to factor in, okay, can I keep bigger ants in it? So you need to make sure that there's the right tolerances, that some hallways can't be too small, so the queen can stay in there. And then someone actually put Ligniperda in my smallest nest, and I was freaking out, but it worked. So the tolerances did work. But yeah, like Sid said, I like the natural curves, and I tried making a more square design, and that completely failed. So yeah, that just didn't the people didn't like that so much. So then I dropped it and started focusing more on the natural curves. And it's very hard to make it that way because you can't measure anything. You just have to go with the flow. All the nests are done in one piece, so that means I need to draw the lines basically. And then if the drawing fails or doesn't look like nice, and I'm very picky on that regard, then I just have to start again. So it
has to be
it's a hard process. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I think yeah, I'm a fan of your answers, and I must say I love the natural look. I've never really been a fan of the stray nest. I'm just I like the natural curves. So but yeah, next question is from a long name, and I'm gonna short it down to Liam, and it's a question for both of you.
Liam Londolad.
Yeah, I don't know how.
He's from London.
I don't know how you. Oh, it's London. Oh yeah, again. I have dyslexia, so I didn't even see it says London there. I don't know. Either way, he asks, or she asked, who are your main competitors, and do you keep an eye on them?
And Oliver. He's my main competitor.
YouTube-wise, at least.
YouTube-wise, but no, we are not competitors. We are a team, and we are both going to the top. But yeah, let's answer this one first.
Well, in the UK, there's obviously a lot of stores, so there is a kind of I guess a lot of what you would say is kind of competition. I don't, because I'm in contact with quite a lot of the stores. I don't look at them necessarily like competitors. I tend to collaborate with quite a few of them on various different projects and things. Again, touching on LC, working closely with Ant Antics, which we'll go on to into the next podcast. Also working with Ant Lady. So it's kind of, I wouldn't see them as competitors, but they are the sort of the main stores that are out there. You've got Ants Davy, you've got Ant Boy UK, you've got High Tech Ants, you've got Ant Labs. There are a lot of different stores out there. So yeah, it's difficult to refer to them maybe as competitors.
But you do keep
more of.
But
just...
you do keep an eye on what they're.
Oh, of
working
course, yeah. I mean, you naturally when you're doing this all the time, you're always looking at what other stores are kind of working on. Because not only that, if I see that for example, a store is specializing in something and they are covering that part of the hobby really well, then there's absolutely no need for me to be working on that type of project. Like, it was a real shame when AntKit kind of disappeared. I think they are potentially sort of coming back onto the scene. I'm not fully sure, but they made such incredible acrylic nests. It was just, in my eyes, if you can't do something better than someone else, you shouldn't get involved. They just, they really, really, really kind of started the hobby off. What I think for a lot of people, those were, tremendous nests. They've done a lot of work with them. I've worked with acrylic nests. They're obviously something that I've kind of had various projects going on. They are incredibly difficult nests to manufacture on a large scale. So hats off to them. They did an incredible job. But that's, that's kind of, I like to kind of keep a lookout from the point of view of seeing where the weak areas are in the hobby and then tackle those, like for example, leaf cutters, because there's just no, they're such a great species and I want more people to keep them who are interested in them, but they can't because there's no setups out there for them. And that is an incredibly, as you're aware, an incredibly important factor in keeping them.
Yeah, they do have quite a fragile system without being that fragile, but yeah, more on that next part. So yeah, spoilers once again, or not spoilers, but yeah.
Question for you, Oliver. Do you think there's a species that doesn't have its own dedicated setup that it needs, like leaf cutters or weaver ants, which need a dedicated setup?
I must say I'm not really looking into these mega special species. Like I've recently heard a lot of people talk about these Hapanothic, I don't know what they're called, but these
Alpignatus venators.
Yeah, yeah, species like that, and they require quite a crazy naturalistic setup together with like something like Carabara. They also have natural setups, but then again, Wakushi has also worked on non-natural setups for them. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a nest already in development for the Harpegnathos / bull ants. Which they do tend to favor natural setups. The difficult thing with natural setups, as someone who's kind of new, if you're trying to get into keeping them as a species, it's very difficult when you make a natural setup because no two natural setups are the same.
Yeah, plus you don't really get the same connection.
Yeah, you can't see them a lot of the time, and also natural setups, as great as the sort of bioactive and the self-cleaning side goes, you don't see them, so you can't react if there's any issues. And also because you've got bioactive, you've also got various bacteria. There's a lot of variables that can go wrong when you've got all these different materials for the substrate, different layers, different gravels. Just by putting a certain type of gravel could react with the alkali pH. These types of things can all kill off various ants, if they're not right. So there's just so many things that can go wrong in natural setups if they're not suitable. But it's really difficult for people to replicate the same working setup, which is why I'm trying to find any sort of species that need, or that previously only really people kept in natural setups, like Harpegnathos. I have a colony of them. I've had a colony inside a gypsum nest for probably about a year and a half now, and they're growing to the stage where now I'm actually working on their upgrade, which is going to be a specific nest for them. And same with the Carabada diversa and a Finis. I have them both in MS nests, and they're thriving too much, to the point where I'm having to probably work on a specific massive nest with these. Well, I already have these weird pod things in development for them, just because their growth is just unbelievable. You imagine Geminata, it's the same thing really. It's very, very fast. But
yeah, we just went straight out on a tangent there. So going back to the final few questions we have from the viewers over on Instagram, we have Vincent, who asked, how long does it take to print a nest? And this is, of course, because both Sid and EA is mainly just working all in on 3D printing. So how long does it take to print a nest, and how can you shorten the printing time of a nest? So EA, I think you can start with this one.
So yeah, I guess it would be the most interesting to say what's the least printing time, what's the longest printing. Of course, the longest would be the large nest, which is about 9 hours. So that's a nice overnight print. And then the shortest would be the small nest or the mini outworld, and that's around 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So yeah, printing definitely isn't fast. And yeah, you can buy a faster printer and then print faster. So yeah.
But you don't really do anything special to try to cut down the time? As a person who... I don't know anything about 3D printing, so I don't know if you can or not, but it doesn't sound like...
There are a few tricks, of course. You can use, but it comes down to experience and design. And yeah, I wouldn't... if you're starting out, I wouldn't focus that much on getting 30 minutes print time off, because at the end, what's that going to solve? So yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. I don't know if you have anything to add, Wakushi, or should we just head on to the next?
I mean, in essence, it's the thing with printing. Usually, 9 times out of 10, if you want to reduce this print time, you have to sacrifice quality. So it's just a trade-off. You either have thicker layer lines. You can obviously increase the speed, but then that tends to obviously have some other negative effects. So long story short, yeah, that is a simple yes. You can print them quicker, but it will sacrifice quality. So it's finding that balance.
Yeah.
What's your longest print, Sid?
My longest print. It's difficult because I tend to make things. I print things in huge batches, so typically they usually run 24 hours to fill a plate. But that usually has lots of small parts. So
yeah, you must know your biggest nest.
The biggest. Oh, so for example, like the biggest nest is the S6. You know, the big laptop style type things, and each one of those modules takes around about 7.5 hours. On the machines, but they've been tweaked heavily. It's difficult to compare. So I think on some, if someone that was using sort of an Ender 3, for example, I'm not sure if they'd fit on an Ender 3 build plate, but if they could, an Ender 3 would probably take maybe 13 hours, 12 to 13 hours to probably print that normally at normal speeds.
Yeah. Okay. So and a question not really about experimenting and making this, but what is the best filament for a nest? Also a question from Vincent, and I'll just say sand. I don't know if you have anything to add. If you were to add any filaments to your nest, of course.
Well, filament. I think they're thinking of, maybe if they want to build them, if they want to print nests for themselves. I think that's the question they're trying to ask.
Oh yeah, that might be right. I have no idea, to be honest. That's not what I saw. But.
So. The filament wise, that's difficult because it depends where I don't know where they're talking. If they're in the UK or if they're in the EU, because obviously the filaments that EA will use.
What is filament?
So filament is the material. So they 3D printers. They use these spools, these kind of big long rolls of what's just like thin wire type plastic, and what happens is that's melted and then it's put down layer by layer to build a nest up in layers. But the filament is what they call the material that 3D nests are printed out of. But they can be made from different materials. So you've got PLA and you have nylon and various different ones. And there's some now hybrid ones that are part wood and things. So there's some cool materials, and there's some flexible ones and things. So filament is just the term.
So what do you use, Sid, and what do you use after that, EA?
Well, I just get mine from a local store, and I buy their own brand filament, and that works for me. So yeah.
Okay, what about you, Sid?
I used to use, trying to remember the brand. The problem is it was a long time ago. Unfortunately, COVID and when the first lockdown happened, all the shipping and stuff went completely like shut down, and it was just a nightmare to try. And all the filaments, I think, because everyone was sitting at home playing with their 3D printers during lockdowns, all Amazon and stuff were just absolutely obliterated with all white filaments just sold out everywhere. So that kind of encouraged me to start, ordering or start looking at finding suppliers. Now I actually buy direct from a filament production company. So it's not a particular brand. It's because I now print using 5 kilo rolls. So whereas they used to be, or what most machines use is 1 kilo spools, now it uses big 5s because it became very difficult to keep changing the spools all the time.
Yeah,
so
gotta
now
get that
they're
massive
much bigger
production in there.
It became when, like, as EA will also, changing filaments becomes a real pain, because typically if you're printing around the clock, you'll probably need to change that spool every probably like 2 or 3 days. And when you have a lot of printers, for example, if you're running this over 20 or 30 printers, you are now changing about 10 rolls a day. And when a roll runs out, the machine stops and it's no longer printing. So these are just, you can imagine if you're doing that 10 times a day.
How long does it take?
It becomes very tiresome.
To make a new...
To change the filaments?
Yeah, is it like 10 minutes or an hour or?
No, it's naturally, it's probably like a couple of minutes to change a filament over. But the problem you can have is sometimes when it stops, it can get stuck filaments. Sometimes changing filaments, the process for the machine, if it happens mid-print, can sometimes cause you to lose a print and things like that. So it becomes a bit more of an inconvenience, and the less you can do it, the better. And naturally, if you increase the spool size 5 times, you're doing that process. So instead of changing it 10 times a day, you're doing it 2 times a day, and that's a lot better.
You want to go for that maximum efficiency, definitely. If you're doing a lot by yourself, like Sidis, you want to try to make everything so as efficient possible, and then every minute lost is a minute you could spend on something else. So yeah, it's important for the viewers that kind of lost it like me. It's important to keep it as efficient and time efficient as possible. That's very important. Yeah.
And also it's the color. Every filaments brand do different colors and things, and it was a big inconvenience changing the brand because I couldn't get the supply anymore. So that's why I had to move to direct, because I needed to ensure that I would never run out, because that gave me a real problem when I ran. Luckily, I just placed a big order, but I was starting to really panic, because if a 3D printing store runs out of filament, it's kind of game over, and that will shut your whole business down. So that gave me a bit of a fright, much like the acrylic shortage did during that time as well. So just the same, now I just get them direct. I just kind of skip out any middle sellers and just go direct to get things now.
Yeah, and I guess that's a step towards a more professional store. But going on with our last question, it's actually a question from my fiance, and I think she's a little bit pointing this towards me, because currently I am. The question says, "How are you managing your life while working so much?" And I know that both EA, you make YouTube videos, and Sid, you are always ready to answer whenever I have some questions. So how do you manage your life with all of this work?
The key is not to have one. That makes things easy for me.
Exactly.
Okay.
It is hard. I mean, because the great thing, the hobby is fantastic. The customers are fantastic. The social media is fantastic. People have always got great feedback. Chatting with people like EA, the different stores. It's hard to not get so involved with the hobby, and naturally that can also have a detriment on sort of social life and personal life, but when you've got so many people who not necessarily dependent but are constantly asking about, when's this setup going to be ready? I've got a colony that wants to go in this. I've got people who are waiting for. Unfortunately, it's great because I like putting the feelers out there, like for the Leafcutter setups, but then that's now fired back with loads of people now kind of waiting for them, wanting to know about them. There's different versions of them, so it's kind of putting more pressure to get them done. So it is hard to go, oh, do you know what, I'm going to take a day off and then just do something for myself, when you think, oh, actually, do you know, if I had a day just doing designing and testing and this, then I'd get so much more done. So yeah, it's hard. It's really, really hard. I mean, I'm sure EA, I don't know how EA does it.
He also has the YouTube.
The guy must have been a machine, with his shop and now doing ants and everything and school and yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit too much for me, and that sadly results in a lot of headaches, which I'm very prone to.
I've had that as well.
It's right now it's just a very busy week, and then luckily I still have vacation. But if I had the same week and school, I had to cut one of the two out. So just because, it just takes a lot of hours, and you need to make those hours. There are no shortcuts. So I think next year I do want to finish my education, of course, and I also do want to keep uploading videos, and I do want to keep making ant nests. So I think there will be a lot of very short nights for me upcoming year, but it will be all worth it because I still enjoy every minute of it, and as long as I enjoy it, I'll just keep going. So yeah, but sometimes I asked, I did so much today, how did I all do it? It's but that's a good thing. At least I'm not wasting my time. So yeah, that's very, very nice.
Yeah, and that's also just the thing. You just spend so much time as a creator, at least, and as a YouTuber, you spend so much time. And I think this is also around the time we end the podcast because, well, I think we shall have a dedicated podcast in the future about just how long we have got a kind of a picture of how long you two use on designing and making nests. And next week we will have Wakushi and Ants Antic together to chat about Leafcutters. And I do think that,
Ooh.
Yeah, it'll be upcoming.
I'm going to watch.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm also. Yeah. But yeah, I do also think we should make a podcast about just how long it takes to be just every week.
Yeah,
uploader.
about YouTube and stuff. Yeah, it would be very interesting to. Because I see it sometimes in your comments they ask you to do certain stuff, and then I think you have no idea the time that it adds. Like if you want to script your videos,
that's
how
a
much
whole
time
night.
extra. Yeah, how much extra it takes and how much longer it takes, and and it's nice if we can enlighten the people a little bit about that sometime.
Yeah, I just to shorten it out, I generally use around 1 to 2 hours every day when I get home from work. I go to work in the morning and come home afternoon, and then I use 2 hours to edit, just to get a video out, just to get people being angry that my video wasn't scripted. So yeah, I gotta be happy about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I must say,
just
rounding.
something we have to deal with.
Yeah, the bigger you get, the more hate you get. That is social media. But,
True.
It's sad, but it's the truth. But I must say, Sid and EA, it's been amazing having both of you on the podcast, and well, both of you will join the podcast once again in the future. Wakushi next week, and EA.
Sometime in the future.
Exactly. But yeah, any final words you have for the audience out there, Sid?
Just keep anting. It's a great hobby, and it's great to kind of encourage people into it. And it's one of those things that when you get into it, you just don't get out. So just stay anting, enjoy the hobby, and I look forward to them.
Yeah, amazing final words. And EA, your final words?
I have one final thing for the viewer. If you made it this far, you have to play this stream again, because that would greatly help. And Oliver, go also subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. Let's support each other, and refreshing or watching this again greatly helps with promoting the stream. So definitely go watch it a few more times, or go watch the other ones. Doesn't matter that they're old; they're still fun to listen to. So yeah, definitely check out the Antpod. I think it's very cool that this exists, and great kudos to Ant Oliver for putting his time in to make this, because it honestly also takes a lot of time to do these podcasts. So guys, give him a little credit. Give the man a warm of applause behind your computer screens, and yeah, leave some nice comments for our host Ant Oliver.
I'm blushing over here. I'm just I don't know how long this podcast will be at the moment. I'm guessing around 1 hour and 5 minutes or something. But I can say we have been recording for 1 hour and 20. But yeah, just to round it out, it's been amazing having both of you on here. I am really quite happy with both the time with the questions and just everything, and also for all of you listening. I'm trying to be 1 week ahead of the podcast, and that means on Instagram I also ask questions around 1 week before the initial podcast comes out, if people have some questions for the next. So what I'm trying to say is, for the questions for Wakushi and Santic, it's probably already too late. But for the next podcast that I haven't planned out, go over to Instagram and see my story, because suddenly a poll pop up, and that is when you have your chance to answer or ask some questions. But yeah, it's been amazing having you two here, and I think we should end the podcast. I don't know how I still don't know how we end this podcast. I'm just gonna say bye, and then you two can also say bye, one of each.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, the outro from YouTube.
Classic outro.
Yeah. And Wakushi, would you also say bye?
I think we should say bye on the count of 3 in the Ant Oliver style.
Okay. Are you in on that, Wakushi?
Yeah. So wait. Let me just get like let me get a practice.
Bye.
Okay. This is uncut. This will be the podcast. Don't you worry. Okay. Yeah. Well, on the count.
So you could almost get us to do it like 3 buys in a row rather than maybe all together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we could just do like a
bye
from Wakushi, or like something so that they know who's doing it.
Okay.
Rather than thinking Oliver's just doing it 3 times in a row.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it'll be Wakushi, EA, and then me. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Wakushi.
Bye.
EA.
Bye.
And Oliver. Bye. Yeah. That's just that. We're just gonna end it here. So thank you all. Podcast.
It's been a pleasure.
Ended.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Bye.
Where we will talk all Memesia. But thank you both for joining the Antpod. So just like in episode 3, we found this amazing way of ending the podcast with both of the guests saying goodbye in Ant Oliver style. So starting with Wakushi, and then Ant Antic, and then I will end it off by saying bye. Are we ready, guys?
Ready.
Perfect. Wakushi.
Bye.
Ant Antic.
Bye.
And Oliver. Bye.
I was nowhere near high enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's so
Did
professional.
I just ruin the end there?
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Antpod. This is now episode 4, and today we are talking all Leafcutters, from their care to their setups and how everything works in between. For all those who did hear episode 3, Wakushi is currently designing a new series of Leafcutter nests that will hopefully open the species up to a lot more people. And well, back on the show is Mr. Sid from Wakushi. Say hello, Sid.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
I am doing great. It's amazing to have you back on the show. Now, if you sell the nest, we will also need somebody that can sell the ants. And who better to talk with than Richard from Ants Antic. Say hello, Rich.
Good evening. Hello.
Good evening and hello to you. How are you doing, you two?
Yeah, I'm doing really good. It's nice to be able to have a bit of a chat about these. I'm obviously working very closely with them with leaf cutters and stuff. So it's nice. I'm looking forward to a nice little chat, point out some tips and say what I've learned and stuff. So yeah, but I'm sure Rich is equally enthusiastic about it.
Oh yes, yes. Any excuse to talk ants, isn't it?
Well, either way, it's amazing to have you both on the show. And as a creator who will hopefully soon get my own Leafcutter colony, it will be really exciting to hear what you two have to say. Now, we introduced Sid from Wakushi in the last episode, so let's not do that once again, because if you really want to hear everything about Wakushi, you may as well hear the last episode. But Rich, how did Ants Antics start?
So I started after an experience with another company when, I won't name names, but the queens didn't arrive exactly how I wanted. And I thought that I could do something a little bit better and that customers deserve to be treated specially. So Ant Antics was formed really based on that alone. I loved the hobby and I wanted to give back to ant keepers something a little bit extra.
And we are really happy to have you here in the hobby because your unboxings are legendary. I can't wait to get an unboxing for myself in the future. But this isn't your full-time job right now. You have a few other jobs. How does this all work together with Ants Antic?
Well, short of having octopus arms, I find myself very busy. I dedicate like 3 days a week to Ant Antics, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which I'm solely doing Ant Antics with. And then Thursday through Sunday, I'm in my other business. But the joy of my other business in the escape room is that I have a lot of time where I'm watching people play games and I'm sitting in an office doing it. So it gives me 4 days a week where I can do my feeds and I can keep on top of tube changes and everything like that. So I'm at the moment, because all of the Nigers from this year have got workers, I'm also taking ants home. But in a nutshell, in answer to your question, I am finding myself very busy, but it's not a bad thing. I now have staff who are almost trained and the world is about to get a lot easier.
It sounds like quite a impressive week you are running with all of these. Well, I personally, my Nigers also just got workers, and it takes quite a while to feed all of my Nigers.
Oh, no, it takes way longer than you could ever imagine. I'm doing them now, so if you hear noises, it's because I'm feeding stuff.
You heard right here first. He's so busy that he can't even take out his time for the ANPA. But I mean, it is great to have you here. But like I said, we are talking Leafcutters today, and you are soon one of the few shops here in Europe that will sell Leafcutters. But you have actually had the Leafcutters for quite some time. How does this all work? How many colonies do you have? When did you get them, and how big were they when you got them?
So, geez, I got them whenever I put the first picture up on Instagram, whenever that was. All of these weeks are merging into one. And I got them as fresh queens. So I got them as queens with pellets. And boy, have I made some mistakes along the way.
And what does fresh queen with pellet mean?
So when a queen leaves the nest, when a leafcutter queen leaves their home nest, they take a tiny piece of fungus, a pellet, with them in a pellet pouch just under their chin. And then when they set up a new colony, they'll mate, they'll go down, pull off their wings, dig themselves a chamber, and then they'll use that pellet to create spores and grow a new fungus for themselves. The problem is that I didn't learn until it was too late, is that when they're in shipping and they're coming all the way from wherever they're coming from, those pellets tend to degrade and die. So you end up with a heap of queens and no fungus. And as such, the die-offs in shipping is catastrophic too. So yeah, I've learned a lot along the way, but I've got plenty of healthy colonies. I think I've got 49 or 50 colonies now. Still growing, and a lot of them have sold. I've got people collecting this week. I've got shipments going out on the 20th for colonies purchased, and I've got another 20 colonies that I still have to ship from my supplier. So
you have all your colonies are already out on sale, or how does this work?
Yeah, pretty much most of them have sold. So everything I've got that's ready to sell has pretty much sold. I think there's only 2 or 3 colonies left of the first wave. And then I've got another 25 of them growing now. As we speak, they're just not ready to go on sale yet. And then I've got another 23 colonies to be imported.
Damn, it sounds quite impressive with you also having normal colonies. You have quite a lot of things to do. I can feel like.
Yeah, but leaf cutters isn't a real job, my friend,
Oh, why not?
because they give you so much entertainment. I really look forward to coming into work, picking their leaves up fresh on the way, and then going in and seeing them. And you open it up and they crawl up you, and they try and bite you, but they can't yet because there's no soldiers. It's not a real job. It's more entertainment. It's a break from the real world.
Well, I can't wait to get a break like that for myself. But we do also have Wakushi on the show, and you two are working together with designing some new nests for leafcutters. Or Wakushi is working on it, and you are helping working. You're helping each other. But how did you two start working together?
Well, so funny enough, actually, we kind of got in contact through a project we were working on with EA. So it was actually Aesthetic Ants who was kind of did a bit of collaboration project, which kind of got us talking. I'd always loved the idea of having leafcutters at some point, and I'd always planned at some point to work on a setup for them. But with the issues that we had with COVID last year, there was almost a gap because obviously shipping them and stuff was just too many trouble. So I didn't actually think that anyone would still have them this year. So I'd kind of just always thought, well, without having leaf cutters to actually learn from and sort of product test, it was that whole concept was dead in the water until Rich basically said, I have leaf cutters and there's a real sort of want for setups and things for them, and that's really how it kind of stemmed out. I kind of parked the whole project, and then when he said there's I need some setups and things, I kind of reorganized the projects and plans going on at the time to kind of really go full steam into this, and over a matter of days mocked up a couple of prototypes, and I actually drove so I'm sort of more London based, and I actually drove over to Antics store over in Wales. It's about a 4-hour drive, so it was no means a small drive. Well, by UK standards anyway. I know some places. How far did you go for your Mesa?
Yeah, I drove like across half the country, and that was a 3-hour trip.
Okay, all right. So then this was fairly relative then. So yeah, I went over to go and visit the store and got to see behind the scenes of how he's raising the queens and things, and the setup there was just astronomical. The setup that Antics has got for these, the way that they're all climate controlled and everything, it's just fantastic. I mean, and it was so nice to see the process of the full stages of raising them up from fresh queens. They're not colonies that have been dug up and sort of just repotted and things. These are it's a much more challenging process to take them from a fresh queen, because in the wild they have a very high mortality rate, and very few actually make it to that colony stage. So when you are taking them in the early stage, it will it raises a much more stable colony when they've been raised. I mean, I can see that factually from the colony that I've got from him, how well they've done. They were thriving the day I got them. And as you've seen from pictures, obviously, unfortunately on a podcast we can't share pictures, but you've seen a lot of the development just over the course of a month.
Yeah, they look great. You make me so jealous, both of you.
I was just very lucky to have made contact with Rich, and he's managed to sort of make this the project and the sort of thing materialize, because without them and his hard work, it wouldn't have gone anywhere. So it's fantastic. They are an unbelievable, and I can't stress enough, I've kept some fantastically interesting species, all types of exotics.
They quickly become your favorite, didn't they, Sid?
They're number one by a massive margin. I really kind of thought a few of the species I had would never be replaced the number one spot, but the sort of the depth of leaf cutters, and actually in some ways the ease of them, they are much, if they're in the right settings, the care of them is much easier than most other ant species. But we'll touch on that a little bit more later. So we kind of we met up, and we did some exchanging of products. I got a colony from him. He trialed a couple of the early prototype setups and things, and that's really kind of how it started. And then just bouncing ideas and feedback and results and things like that. We've just kind of continually developed and sort of just helped each other out with various ideas and things, just to try and make this the project that it's going to be. So that's kind of how it started.
Yeah, you make me so hyped to get them whenever I just talk with one of you. You just it's so crazy to hear how amazing they sound. I can't wait to get my hands on my own.
They are words can't describe the problem with them. Unfortunately, when it goes wrong, it goes really wrong.
Yeah.
It's the speed in which it goes wrong, isn't it? It's so fast.
It is. And
you've got very limited reaction time to a mistake.
And on top of that, it depends what the mistake is, because sometimes some mistakes are not quick fixes. It's kind of a couple of times there'd been, because I must have gone through so many prototypes, as you know, different designs, different techniques, different processes of how things work. And some things worked, some things didn't. But it's very important when it didn't that there is a backup option or a way of reverting them to a previous setup. So if someone new got into the hobby and they made a setup for them and that setup wasn't ideal, it's very difficult for them just to kind of have a makeshift in between. That's where it's good that people like Antics and me are taking those risks, because we've got the options and we're kind of prepared for that. And we don't want beginners making those kind of mistakes. So we've learned a lot from that, and that's why it's important to get that kind of information out there so people can learn. And it'd be nice to make this not necessarily a beginner stage species, but definitely a lot, because I was very daunted by the thought of them at the start. They almost scared me because they're not the cheapest of ants to buy, and
no,
the conditions they require are very, very important. The fungus garden, what they revolve around. If that's not in the right conditions, it all goes wrong very quickly. But if in the right conditions, it's extremely easy. It's just about getting that first stage right, and especially at the beginning stages of founding the colony when the fungus is small. Because when you have a very big fungus, if anything goes wrong, part of the fungus starts to die, you've got a fallback of the rest of it. But if you have a little small piece of fungus and that little small piece dies, you've got no reaction time. It's gone.
You're gone. It's gone. Yeah.
But what was it with mine, Sid? In one of the, do you remember what one of mine dried out, didn't it?
Yeah, the clay balls. Yeah. So it's little things like materials that are used in setups and things that we've kind of been experimenting with, and quite commonly use the clay balls. They a lot of setups, they'll run a layer of clay balls so that they can keep it kind of moist and hydrated. Now you have to be very careful with that in setups, because if they are not insanely saturated, the clay balls will pull moisture out of the air, so they'll work in a reverse way, because they like to absorb. So if there's not almost a pool of water at the bottom that will oversaturate them to the point where they can't hold any more, that's when they can about work. But if they're not at that stage, like if they're on top of something, like we found out, what they do is they're pulling any of the moisture from above. So for example, if there's leaves on top or if there's fungus on top, they will be drying that out. So there's all these little things that mistakes that beginners could make by making a setup. What did you have as the base of the one that you made, Holifer?
Yeah, it's quite fun talking all of these setups, because I made a DIY setup and I'm quite scared to use it now. I would prefer a Wakushu one, to be honest, even though it's in testing. But I have a 2 centimeter of solid plaster with rocks on top, small rocks.
Which type of rocks are they? Just normal stone, or?
Really tiny small rocks around, I don't know, 2 by 2 millimeters or something like that. So the fungus, my idea was that the fungus would grip onto that, and then the plaster would lay beneath that to have the humidity.
Yeah. So, I mean, like those types of things, they kind of, a lot of the theory behind them sounds right, and they can work, but from messing around with these now in different setups and things, it's like, you could almost imagine it's 50-50 in quite a lot of setup, and you can put them in there and you can be like, cool. And this is where I'm trying to take that 50-50 away. Sort of me and Rich are working on these things so that people can have the options to then kind of go, and you've got a setup and you've got a leafcutter colony, and you go home, and as long as you just follow the sort of simple steps that it takes, you don't have to worry about, is the fungus going to dry out in that setup? Because if it works in one, it will work in another. Whereas unfortunately DIY setups, every setup is usually designed differently, and there's only one way to find. I mean, I've gone through 5 or 6 different designs, trying different things, and probably 5 of the 6 just didn't work out so far. Maybe 7, sort of 5 of the 7. So 5 of those have just been kind of scrapped, taken bits I've learned from those over towards the newest version, and the newest one's got some great results so far. So I'm quite confident in that. But that could have been 7 people, and of those 7, 5 of their funguses might have died out. So
Yeah, they would just have lost that money.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to stop.
But I think we'll go a little bit more into all the thoughts you have while designing the nest a bit later, because we have a few questions from the viewers. Now, if you want to ask these questions yourself, head over to the Antpod on Instagram. That is where I post for whenever we need questions for the show. So if you want to ask some questions, that is over on the Antpod on Instagram. But the first question comes from Victor, who asks, where are leafcutters native?
To the best of my knowledge, the Americas.
And that's the full answer.
Yeah, why not? Less short and sweet, is it? The Americas. And unless, I'm sure there are fungus growing species elsewhere in the world, but for the atta and for the acron, we're gonna say America's final answer.
Nice and quick. Next question comes from a lesser known antkeeper who asked, can you feed them a protein? And by protein, I think he's referring to mealworms and insects. Yeah,
you can put it in and they'll just kill it, I guess, but they're not going to eat it. They eat fungus, and they will consume sugars. You could put in honey and sugar, but not too much because it would distract them from their daily cutting. But they wouldn't have any need for protein.
That's quite interesting. I actually thought you would. I didn't think you would say that, but interesting. Next question comes a little bit of the same, and I mean you almost just answer it. But a question from Ants Island is: do leafcutters only eat leaves their entire life?
The only part of the leaf they consume, in actual fact, is the fluid that's within it. They'll take the carbs from it because obviously workers need carbs. It's what keeps them going, and they can get that from the leaves. But they don't actually eat the leaves. They eat the fungus itself. And Wakushi Sid here has got a good theory because he's witnessed the queen eating a flower that the fungus produces. So it's even questionable whether they eat the fungus itself. They're waiting for it to flower like they're harvesting a fruit, it would appear. Sid would be able to tell you more about that than me, though.
Yeah, so it's just doing research into them. Obviously, I've had a very limited experience span with leafcutters. Obviously, since collecting them fairly recently from Rich, everything's been very full on with regards to studying their behaviours, the whole processes and how they work in general. I like to try and keep things. Going to go into things as almost naive as possible, and then figure a lot of the stuff out myself because there can be a lot of conflicting information on the internet, and some of it's not necessarily true, some of it is, so it's hard to know. So I like to kind of learn as I go along, and a lot of the time it's from personal observation, and what I've kind of found is it does seem like a lot of it may not be for all ant species, they may work differently, but obviously me and Rich have got most of the experience with atta at the moment. So it does seem like the ants do get a lot of sap and carbohydrates from eating leaves, or not eating leaves, but cutting leaves. And in the process, they take in fluids and saps. And I think that also might touch on as to the different why they're a bit fussy about certain leaves, because certain leaves may have different levels of sugars in them, which is why they may not be interested in some leaves and some in the other. Because it might be like, for example, different drinks and different preferences that we may have. Some people might not like full fat Coke, some might like diet Coke, and it could be like them trying certain leaves and they just like, oh, that's not really what I like. So there is that, but they then take those. You'll have the sort of larger casts will go and forage and collect leaves. They'll bring those back to the nest, and there's much smaller casts, which will, their job is to take those smaller cut pieces and cut them even smaller. And what they do is they cut in these very little tiny pieces, maybe about a millimeter in size. And what they do is their job is to puncture the edges of these leaves. And what that does is it allows the fungus to get inside the actual leaf. So in that process of puncturing the leaf, they are also in turn now getting the carbohydrates and the saps from the leaf. So it's still kind of questionable if how much the ants themselves feed from the fungus. But what I definitely have witnessed is the ants on sort of more mature fungus, it goes through certain stages. But on the more mature fungus, they tend to have these little white spots. They almost look like ant eggs, and they seem to pull these off the fungus, and they take them. And I've witnessed them taking these little balls to the queen, and she eats them whole. And through removing a couple of these, they're almost like little liquid-filled sacs. So, and I've heard that the fungus, it kind of blooms like a flower or equivalent of a flower, and that's what these little balls are. They're the sort of the fruit, if you will, off the fungus, and that's actually what the queen eats. And apparently, from what I'm reading, that's what they feed to the larvae as well. So it could be
that could well be the protein source then.
It could well be, yeah, indeed, yeah. You can get protein,
and then they're getting carbs in the usual way from cutting and you know from sugars.
So there's a lot, you know, a lot of people tend to simplify this whole process and just go, oh yeah, no, they eat the fungus. I'm not strictly sure that's true, especially with atta anyway. Like I said, all these experiences are all limited to atta at this point, because obviously that's what we've worked. But a lot of the sort of ant cutter species, they tend to work very similarly, and they've evolved in a much the same way, and their funguses are quite similar. But that seems to be the general process of how they feed and how their development works. Those are the different stages, and along that process, somewhere along the line, they're all getting food along the line. So that looks to be how that process works out.
It's just insane to hear this, because leafcutters are one of the ant species that there's just tons and tons of documentaries on, because they're so interesting. But yet again, we just don't really know anything about it, because it's just a research. It's a really researched species without really being researched at all. Like, you can get so many different stories on the internet, and just like this, I'm hearing this for the first time, and that's not what I've heard online. But yeah, it's insane.
It is, and I think that a lot of it comes down to them being actually very complex. And I think a lot of it's not to really keep them. Do you realize how complex and deep they are? And most documentaries, they tend not to go that deep, because they want to seem it can almost seem almost too overcomplicated. So I think most documentaries just like to take the surface of ant leaf cutters and explaining that they grow to tens of millions of workers, and they make their nests underground, and that they can make foraging lines for, you know, this far, and they carry things, you know, X amount of kilometers, and they'll strip whole tree. They tend to go on the headline facts about them. Most people are probably not interested to hear that they don't actually eat the fungus; they actually eat a small, you know. So those types of things, probably people,
exactly,
or maybe that documentaries don't watch them long enough to maybe witness that. Maybe they may not.
An offended colony, a big colony.
I mean, it could be that they're recording other species, and maybe they don't do the same thing that these atta are doing. But, you know, and the only reason I came across it is just because I happened to witness it that one time. And because I'd seen them kind of, you know, like Rich has mentioned, he witnessed them taking some fungus to the queen and her munching around on it, and I witnessed a similar thing as well. And what I think was happening is the queen was trying to remove the fungus and actually get rid of the fungus and take the little ball, the fruit
growing inside it.
And whereas that can look like she's maybe eaten the fungus, and that's why maybe people have assumed that it's the fungus they're eating. But definitely they have these little spores, and that's what they've been picking off. Because after I saw that, I watched it quite in more detail, and then I started seeing it happen actually quite often, and they're almost bringing a continual supply to her. I guess if she's producing 30,000 eggs a day, then she's going to need a lot of protein, and it almost seemed like the rate in which they were giving them to her is, sort of one every sort of 30 seconds or so. They were really feeding quite a lot. So
That's
it's nice
insane to hear.
It's that, but these are just minor things that have been witnessed in the month or so, maybe 2 months.
Is that all it's been, Sid?
It was start of August, wasn't it? So it's only been about a month and a half. Yeah.
Jeez, I feel like I've aged so much. It's all the stress of having leaf cutting.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's stressful. I thought you said it was relaxing.
It's stressful.
Yeah, it is, but it's worry because I've got so many of them. And I spend all day. I've even got a camera in there with them, and I've got Wi-Fi things. So if I'm at home, I can access all the plugs and turn on aircon if it hasn't done it on its own. But I just worry all the time. I wish they were at home. I could just see them.
So there's two. So Holifer, there's two types of worry with leafcutters. Founding stages are very, very, very difficult. So
that's my worry.
That's why and that's why Rich raises them to a certain stage. So he gets them to the golf ball stage, because when I got mine at golf ball stage, they were really, really, really hard.
Yours were less than golf ball, though, Sid.
They were a little bit.
Credit.
Yeah, they were a little bit less, but getting them to that golf ball stage even further than what I got them, because when I got them, they were a really nice, healthy stage, and I felt initially I was a bit daunted, but then it was a bit daunting. But then after a while of keeping them in a setup and witnessing how and then I realized actually they're quite robust. They've got they know what they're doing. They're not sensitive. They're actually a very, very calm type of ants in the smaller stages. They're not. The queen's relaxed. Everything's just very nice and chilled. You can open the top. You can feed them. They don't frantically run everywhere. So that was really, really easy. But getting them up to that stage, you can, as with most founding ants, obviously that's the risky stage. When the workers are there, when the fungus is bigger, you can sit back and relax a lot more. But then you have the second stage of stress, and that's when setups go wrong. And that's where I've witnessed that in the last week or so, where I made a little pod that worked brilliantly, and it just took them through the sort of early stages up to sort of maybe orange size fungus, and that worked. But then they outgrew that setup, and then I moved them into another prototype, and then things just went very badly. Now it could be down to extra airflow, it could be down to more space. Obviously these are all things that I'm looking at, and we're bouncing ideas back and forth about what can be different causes, trying to eliminate different variables. So it's just
made some good progress.
Yeah, I mean, in considering it's been 6 weeks, and probably the project didn't start. Was started maybe 2 weeks before that, where we got the first sort of prototypes made. And it's not just one version that's being worked on. It's a couple of different versions, so that there's for different budgets, there's more of a basic setup, a slightly more classic. There's more pro version, so there's more going on. It's not just going to be the one setup. There will be quite a lot. But there's a lot of stress in that, because luckily I'm in a lucky position where I've got a few backups and I know what's worked, so I can always go back step if something goes wrong. But having just the one colony, it does make that very stressful in itself. But if you take those two factors out of it, the founding stage, which Antics takes care of, and then as long as the setups are, they work for one, they should work for all. It's just getting the settings, the right level of humidity, hydration, because unfortunately there's I've noticed as well, they need very, 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 very high levels of humidity in that main pod, where most meter readings will show you 99%, because that's what they go up to. But there's more than 99%. The pod needs to have an incredibly high humidity, where if the meter readings go into 98, then you're definitely way too low. So levels of hydration is critical. I've found that out recently.
It's insane to listen to all of this, and I'm wondering a bit, since you have had the colony, or your colonies, for 6 weeks, and Rich has had them for quite a while longer. What's the best leaves to feed them, from as far as you have researched?
Dandelion leaves. That's what mine love the most, but Sid's like something different. Oh, and as a special treat, I I've stopped doing it now because it turns the fungus yellow and it looks like it's dying when it isn't. But as a special treat, you can give them some Rice Krispies. They'll drop whatever they're doing and take them back to process.
I love the excitement you have in your voice.
Yeah, but it turns the fungus yellow because of the color of the Rice Krispies. And then I go in and I panic then because I think the fungus is dying. And I'm like, geez, why aren't they stripping it? You know, this shouldn't be dying. And then I remember it's Rice Krispies, so I don't do it now. But dandelion leaves, hazelnut leaves, and Sid's going to tell you now all about the blackberry leaf that he found, but I can't find the same variety and they won't take it for me.
So the thing, now this is one thing again, I went into it and I was very, very inexperienced. I didn't really know about it. I looked and as far as I was aware, blackberry leaves are blackberry leaves. I didn't realize there's different versions of blackberry leaves. You know, I thought they were all the same. And I got very, very lucky. Where I keep them, I had a blackberry bush in my garden, and I got quite lucky with the first one because I just, you know, I heard that this was an option that a lot of people use, so I thought fantastic. I put them in there, and they went nuts for it. They loved this stuff. They were chopping it, and it was just going great. I thought, cool, okay, fine, got that. Tried a few other different things that they say people like, you know, different like dandelion leaves. I tried as well. Didn't really like it.
Maybe not the right dandelion though.
That's it, exactly. So I tried rose petals, weren't interested, thinking this is really weird. And it's not till you actually you really have to experiment. Now you can't read that they like bramble leaves and just go, okay, they're gonna, yep, cool. I'll get some bramble leaves. I've got a bush at the end of the, you know, down the road. You can't do that so much because I've also got another bramble which I didn't realize until we'd obviously, you know, kind of bounce a few ideas and thinking, what's going on here? There's actually so many different subspecies of brambles. There's just hundreds of them apparently, and they wouldn't even touch this other bramble leaf. So I think that every species of plant that there is out there, there's also subspecies, and some of them you can think of it as just like I was saying with Diet Coke and normal Coke. They taste differently to the ants and they will react to them differently. Even though they're both Coke, they have a different taste and they will accept these things differently. And that kind of really opened my eyes up, thinking, oh my God, this is something people really need to be aware of, because they'll try one bramble leaf and go, they don't like bramble, just accept they don't eat bramble. It's not the case. You have to try a lot of different options. And that's also one thing that's very important to be prepared for when you keep a colony. Have backup options, you know, rummage around or try, you know, it's like privet's another one. I tried 4 different types of privet. One they absolutely love, 2 they're not that interested in, 1 they didn't take to at all. I also found this one particular bramble which just they go absolutely nuts for, and I think that's the reason why I was quite lucky that this colony grew so well at the start, because I think I just got really lucky and stumbled across this breed of bramble which they just really went crazy for. So when it comes to, you know, what's the best leaves, that there are different breeds of leaves that they will accept, and obviously that changes between the different acromemex. You know, there's a lot of different versions of leaf cutters and species, and also they accept things in different sizes, so it's a really difficult one to answer. But there's a lot of information out there on the internet for you know, if you just search the species and go, what leaves do they accept in your, you know, obviously in your part of the world, they will give you a bit more of a basic idea of what to take. But, you know, things like there's oats, there's some very quirky roundabout options. Some people give them dried options like dried rose petals. The only one thing I will say with that,
is stain.
It can also, there's no fluids in there, so you can possibly be limiting the carb intake for your workers. So there's you know, again, these are just possible observations, and some.
Then I have a little pop in here.
Yeah.
Because as far as I've read, that's one of the main things you feed them during winter, because it's quite hard to get leaves. What's your plan for winter then?
Yeah, I mean, I've not personally got to that stage yet, and that's kind of a bridge I'm going to cross when I get closer to it. I mean, thankfully there are quite a lot of year-round options. Things like privet, as far as I'm aware, is a year-round option. I've got that in abundance, and I think that bramble is near enough year-round. So there are options. There are obviously easier options like using rose petals, and if your colony takes them and they're growing the fungus using it, that's perfectly fine. It's just it's one of those things where from the observation I've got, it looks to me like they do take a lot of the carbs and the fluids from cutting. So by using the dried option, you may be making the fungus grow, and that's perfectly fine. You may notice that possibly you may get a few more worker die-offs than normal, and that could be as a result of that. Again, these are all things that we'll need to cross. And
I have an observation with rose petals, guys, because I've been feeding some rose petals, and I noticed that it pulls humidity from the pots. So within sort of 12 hours, they do moisten up. But I don't know whether it's just Mexicana. Well, it must be just Mexicana, and maybe not even everybody's has the same problem. But what I'm finding is that as they pull the humidity, they soften up and they smell sweet, they smell lovely, but they're too floppy. And my colonies seem to like nice, big, juicy but crispy leaves. You know, something they can sink their mandibles into and get a good cut with plenty of fluid in there. And I think that's why rose petals are a problem for me. Same with oats. They will not take oats at all, because once they soak up the humidity, they're just too soft.
On touching on that, I kind of stumbled across some information that says that they like to use. So one of the reasons why they cut these perfect circles is because they anchor themselves with their back leg on an edge, and then they sort of use themselves almost like a guide. So the length of their
that's
body.
Why they need a crunchy leaf then.
So that can also be why they may favour those crunchy, because it gives them that good level of anchorage where they can hold the back leg, hold the edge of the leaf, and then start. Because that the reason they do that is because that way they can ensure they cut a piece that's exactly large enough for them to handle. So because if
they cut to the maximum size.
Yeah, if they're a smaller worker, the legs will be shorter, and the piece they'll cut in that circular motion will be smaller. So it's a way to ensure that you don't get lazy ants just cutting off a small piece and taking it back. That nature's made it so that it's a guide that will ensure that they are working at their maximum efficiency.
So these leaves are obviously being fed to the fungus. And a question from 5G15 Isaac asks, do they depend on the fungi, or are there alternatives?
There is no alternative to the fungus. If the fungus dies, you have no colony. It's symbiotic with the colony itself.
I mean, every part of the colony, if any part fails, everything fails. If you don't have the workers bringing the leaves, you don't have the fungus growing from the leaves. You don't have the food then, which possibly feeds the brood and the queen. So yeah,
the fungus is the heart.
Yeah.
And one thing to note actually with leaf cutters as general, and we've touched on this so much about the plants and what they like and what they don't like. And I think keeping leaf cutters, you're not so much an ant keeper. It's all about the horticulture. You're keeping a fungus alive, and you're providing that fungus with the exact conditions it needs to stay moldy, to stay as a fungus. And the ants are just the tool to cut and take and process the leaves themselves and keep it alive. But really, it's all about horticulture, because who knows that there's 27 different types of bramble in the UK? And it's something you learn when you have leaf cutters, finding their favorites and where can you find particular plants and what can you grow. And it's all about the horticulture of keeping this species, I think.
Even the parts of the plants that you take.
Yeah, even the parts. Yeah. Even which bits they're going to favour over others.
Certain juicy leaves can be more favoured over some of the the more non-juicy,
the succulent ones.
Yeah, so there's so much, and there's so much. This is information that I've not managed to find anywhere else. These are just little random facts that actually are so incredibly important when you're kind of looking to keep a colony, and especially for beginners that. Like I got into it, and I was new to leaf cutters, and you can near enough forget what you know about ants, because they're almost a separate hobby in themselves. Now they are ants, but they don't take proteins. They don't rely on the same types of hydration. The way their setups work, the way they feed, the way they farm, everything about them is near enough completely different from your classic.
They're aliens for everything.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's totally new. So you have to almost, even if you're an experienced ant keeper, going into you're a beginner leaf cutter.
Yeah, you have to have a totally other mindset.
Yeah, you gotta stop thinking like you think with your normal ants, and you've got to go back to the basic. You've got to learn everything from scratch in a way. And like I said, I don't want to make these sound like they're a difficult species to keep.
I was just going to comment this. I was like, I'm scared we're going to put people off.
No. It's exactly the opposite. It's just about, if you follow the simple steps and you don't do the don'ts, you'll be okay, and it's perfectly fine. Because honestly, I've got them here. I'm looking in front of them now, and it's just it's mesmerizing, because that fungus, it grows into almost like a piece of art, and it's fascinating. You can witness things in a whole other different way than you can, because of the visibility and the way that their sort of fungus is all, it's not tied in a nest under a red cover. You can witness everything. That's fantastic.
Sid, you know the real test, don't you?
Go on.
If you could only keep one colony, would it be those atta?
It's hard not having the others, but they are a fantastic species. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan of the Trachomyrmex, the smaller, compact ones. But at the same time, I think that when they get going and they're collecting from pods all around the place, and I can see them going through tubes, and I think that more like those kind of zooish type setups, I think that's when they're going to really shine, and it'll become a lot more interesting. But I mean, obviously, again, I don't want to make it sound difficult. There's a lot of things that you can do wrong in this compared to other ant keeping. But as long as people are aware of it and they know, they're very simple steps, very simple things to be cautious of.
But interrupting you here a little bit, we have this you shouldn't do, and personally what I have read online is heat is a big problem, and we have Harry and Marvin asking what's the best way to heat them and what temperature do they need. And that's really important for leafcutters, because it's very easy to go into this don't overheat them category. Can you explain a little bit about that?
So
24.5 degrees. What's yours at, Sid? Mine's at 24.5, the whole room, and I wouldn't change it.
The sweet spot's 24.5. Now,
but with a cycle.
This is where, again, through some observation, I've noticed that fluctuating temperatures actually can possibly be beneficial. I don't know this yet, because this is just on some of the early research, but I've noticed that at cooler climates they tend to do more cutting, and then at warmer climates they tend to do more of the chopping up and actually applying the chopped leaves to the fungus. So I think they have certain night and day cycles as to what jobs they do and things. It could be that they go out at night time and forage leaves because it's safer and there's less predators out in the wild. Whereas during the day, or maybe it's just down to heat outside. So I think that there could be a benefit in having swinging temperatures.
Well, since we've done this, Sid, since we've noticed this, I've put a day and night cycle in where I'm growing them. And it's a 2-degree variation between day and night. And that includes lights. I've got smart lights in there to come on in the day and off at night. And fungus growth has increased.
So that could, it could, I mean, it would make sense because it's like that in the wild. Because you always kept yours at a set temperature.
24.5 they were for months. And the fungus growth has increased since I've been doing a 2-degree day and night cycle.
So the temperature is important. That being said, mine have swung anything from 20 degrees up to, even they went even as high as I think 31 very recently. So they went very high. And I think that this, with some of the issues I was having recently, could have been as a result of having very, very high temperatures.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that goes to show that swings in temperature, as long as they're not for really extended periods of time, like I said, going that high, I think that because my fungus very recently took a little bit of a die off towards the backside. And I think that could be down to possibly because unfortunately I moved them into a new setup, a new prototype. And there could have been down to a high humidity difference. I also think that it could have been down to temperature. Unfortunately, they happened both at the same time. So unfortunately, the results on that are unclear. But definitely, I think, a safe variants are, around about 21, 22-ish, anything scoping up to around 27 is quite good variables if you can get them to sort of swing in those parameters. But I think that what Rich has suggested, sort of a 2 degree plus or minus of 24.5, probably you'd be onto a bit of a winner there.
Settings increased everything.
Yeah, and it does make sense that they would have a day and night cycle because, well, it would generally make sense that they would have a schedule for when they would go out to get the leaves. I'm imagining, as we're saying, they need their carbs from the leaves, and I'm sure that in the nighttime and in the morning there's a lot more condensance on the leaves, so it would also make sense that they would get them. But going on to the next question, we have captured all the viewer questions, and we are now going a bit more into the more testing side. Although Sid has been very effective at already talking about all the testings. You have made a few designs. You're gonna make a expensive and a cheap variant, and all this kind of different setups. But since you started making the test and the prototype, what part of the Nest have you changed the most or improved the most?
Right, so they've been going through quite a lot of changes. I mean, when I got them, they were in a very small pot, so it was kind of a compact pot, and that's good because it holds the humidity great. But I was concerned that the fungus was close to the lid, so it needed really to go into something, and I didn't have the next prototype version quite ready for them. So I actually just quickly mocked together a sort of a round pod that, plaster base, and it's just a kind of a little. It's very difficult to describe without showing pictures, but just like a little pod, and they did tremendously well in there. And that kind of really encouraged me to realize that, okay, don't panic because their things are working fine. It was, they had leaves I could add in there. It was great. And the fungus just went nuts. This thing just grew, and grew 4 times its size nearly in probably about 4 weeks. So they really grew fast, and that was great. And then I kind of worked on a few other bigger designs, trying out tubing, connections, side pods, all types of different things. And they're kind of at a stage now where they outgrown that first small pod, and I'd moved them into a bigger one. And that's where I said recently, because obviously bear in mind, this is all over a matter of just a few weeks, because this is quite a recent project. And, things didn't go as well as I'd liked. Things looked drier in there, even though technically on paper, and this is why it's so important to just really, really like hammer test things and test them with, you can design setups and nests for species, but when on theory they look right, because these setups in my eyes they should have worked, but they just didn't.
Even on the hydrometer they look like they should work, but the fungus,
exactly.
when you sent me pictures, it just didn't look fluffy enough, did it?
It just seemed to, you could just, even though the meters in there are saying it's 25 degrees and it's 99% humidity, this is what I'm saying, this wasn't right. I think that you can have 99% humidity if there's just a lot of moisture in a pod. But if a pod has almost got a completely saturated layer, there's going to be even more humidity in there. So I think that the meters can't almost capture the right level of humidity you need in these pods, because obviously you can't have more than 100%, but I think that meters tend to cap out at 100% much earlier than really is 100%, if that makes sense.
So could there be any condensation gathering in the meter to give it a slight false reading? Possibly,
but trying a few different meters, they all do the same thing. They all cap out incredibly, what feels like very early, but I think that's just because the way the measurement system works, 100% humidity is not like there's complete water in the air. It's not like, if you dunk them in water, they read 100%. But if you had them in a really humid room, they can also read 100%. But there's 2 different levels of hydration there completely. Inside water, it's going to be absolutely, it's pure water. So this is where, unfortunately, I don't think meter readings can help. One thing they can do is, if obviously one of the ways I use them is if I ever see 98%, I know that, wow, that's already too low in the setup. So when you get these people who are posting that leaf cutters need between 85 and 99, or 85 and 95, I'm actually not 100% sure on that, because I don't think that's actually high enough. So
Yeah, I have a little bit of a question for both of you. So first for Ansantic or for Rich, how are your setups looking right now? And after that to Akushi, what is your goal with your new setups? What's the long-term plan? But yeah, what setup are they in now, Rich?
So at the moment they're in 10 centimeter deli pots, and they're capping out. They're almost going to touch the lids and need to go into bigger pots. The one thing I've noticed is when they're filling up their available space, they slow down and they stop processing at the same rate. So I noticed it especially going from the tiny little 5-ounce deli pots up to these 16-ounce ones, that it just seemed nothing was happening. And then I pop the small fungus ball into these bigger pots and boom, they start cutting and growing, and they're trying to fill the space. So
Do you just move them with your hands or with tweezers, or how does it work?
before I do anything with the ants, I sterilize my hands. So I just pick up the fungus ball gently with my fingers, in such a way the queen can't get a bite in, and just place it into a new pot. You can really handle them well. Even the workers at this stage, because there's only regular size and minims, that they'll try biting you, but you don't feel it. You just pick them up and put them in. There's no need to pull out tweezers at this stage.
In some ways, I'd say avoid using tweezers, because the fungus it's shockingly deceiving. Yeah, you'll go to almost lift it, and it will as you just kind of, the more you squeeze, the more it just kind of folds in. It's like a incredibly super soft sponge.
That's a good point, Sid, because I never realized how soft it was until I physically had them, and it's like a mousse, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really difficult to describe. But it is just, it's almost like air. You'll go to grab it and you'll be like, you don't feel like you're grabbing anything. And so moving the fungus can be a little bit challenging. And one of the kind of ways that in the setups I'm using, they have like a mesh a slightly raised section to allow airflow under the fungus, and that's made things, I must say, a lot easier, because what I tend to do is lift up the sort of mesh that they're on, so I can transport them without actually having to handle the fungus. But yeah, you have to be very careful with it, because that can be a real issue. If you try and use tweezers, you could use too much pressure, and it can break apart very easily if handled incorrectly.
Yeah, it's funny, because I've always thought it would like be a hard rock, like something that would just break, but no.
That's what I thought. No, it's the softest thing you'll ever experience. Yeah. It feels
until
lovely.
You touch it, you won't realize how soft it is. It's almost, like Sid says, it doesn't feel like you're touching anything. It's like it's not firm enough to make any friction with your fingers.
It's amazing. I love hearing all of this. But yeah, Wakushi, you're now making these new setups, and what is the long-term goal with these setups? Is there something special in mind?
Well, I mean, just making things easier for the hobby. As everything that's worked on is just to make ant keeping easier, make it more successful, make it just, because like I've always said, this is a fantastic hobby. I'd love for it to get to the stage where it's as popular and as well known as tarantulas and snakes and reptiles and praying mantis and all this stuff. They're booming hobbies, and they're really, really popular. And for boys, girls, just everyone just loves those types of things. It'd be nice to get, because it's almost got a little bit of a kind of nerdy reputation as to you collect ants. It's kind of a bit odd. Which but if you say you collect snakes or tarantulas, people are a bit like, oh, okay, right, that's a well known. A lot of people do that, so it's fair enough. But when you say ants, you get almost a bit of a different reaction, and that's where it'd be nice to change that, where it becomes so popular that people are, oh, okay, cool, yeah, I heard a lot of people are doing that now. It's quite a popular hobby. And but to get to that stage, people just need to have the information. They need to have easy options, go-to options, expansion options. And again, with leaf cutters, after keeping them, like with all the ants that I keep, it's just about coming across the problems, finding the solutions, and then just solving those problems as the colony grows. Because if I'm having this problem, whoever else keeps leaf cutters are going to also come across this same issue when they get to a certain stage, and they need, so really it's just about developing a range of housing, for leaf cutters, so that, you know, like DIY options are great, and if people are like super experienced and got the information, then fantastic. You know, that, you know, you can't really, it's a lot of fun doing that stuff. But the whole point of what I'm trying to do is just make an option where if people don't want to do any DIY, they want to go, do you know what, I'd love to have one of those in my living room, that, you know, they look fantastic, this is a setup, this setup works, I know it works, I've seen it work, and then they just, that headache and that stress is just taken away from them. So they've got somewhere where they can get the ants, they've got somewhere they can get the setups, and in all likelihood, the place, you know, because this may be something that possibly just retails through Antics, so there may be the option of they can get both of the items at exactly the same time they collect, which would be nice, because obviously,
And I think going towards that, we're ending. We're getting close to the end of the podcast. I have one last question, for both of you. Ants Antic, how many leaf cutters are there available right now, and will you be able to stock it year around, or how will it work over the next foreseeable future?
It's hard to say. Right now, available for sale, I think there's 2 or 3 left out of wave 1. Wave 2 is going to be considerably longer, maybe another 8 or 9 weeks before I have wave 2 ready. And then the third wave is the ones that are on their way next Monday that haven't been shipped yet. Again, it's going to be 8 or 9 weeks, but I'm just going to keep growing these colonies. It's really hard to say how many people in this niche market are going to want them or invest in them. But I think it's all hanging in the balance on the setup, making this an easy thing. From even down to how I've done the care guide on this species, I've tried to make it in such a way that we take away some of the "you do this, you're dying" sort of thing, and make it easy to understand and less daunting. So I think it all hangs in the balance of this setup. And when Sid, and it's wonderful what he's doing, but once that's a viable option, I think we'll see an increase in sales.
And a perfect lead over to Sid, because my last question for you is, what is your timeline on these setups? Just a rough estimate.
I mean, it's difficult because it really just depends how testing gets on. You know, with the last setup that they went into, you know, I had a lot of confidence in the theory design of it, and it just didn't work out. You know, that happens. 80% of prototypes fail, or they just don't yield the results that I think they should. And if that's the case, then that project will be scrapped, and a new design will be made. I'll take what's learned from that and move them across, so that tends to be every prototype that's made will take the best of the failed previous one, and then I'll fix what I found ended up not being working. So it kind of, they just evolve over time just to get better and better and better, and like all the products, they evolve over time. So there may be certain changes made later which will make that even better, but it all relies on feedback, testing. I'm getting to a stage, we're probably at the stage now where the initial results from the most recent setup are very promising. It's taught a lot about the size of the setups, where I think that you have to almost grow with the colony. You cannot put them in they're like other ants, you can't put them in too big a setup. That seems to be the case with leaf cutters from the observation so far. It's still very early. I think that, like I said, I don't want to put a time frame, but we're working on things as quickly as possible. But I'm hoping that this year it should be ready. Failing that, I think definitely we'll be ready for next season. But it can be earlier. Depends how the results work out. There is a few setups going out when they get to a certain stage, and I'm confident enough in them that they go out to various testers, and then they will test further, and then that's when you really learn a lot, and that will get it to the stage where it's retail ready.
It's amazing to hear, and I can't wait to see how it will end up looking, because, well, your prototypes do look really different from one to another. But saying that, I think we have reached the end of the podcast. So is there any final words you want to share? Let's start with Rich.
No, thanks for having me. It's been great to talk to you guys. And yeah, there's lots more to come. And Sid, I really hope this prototype works, because I get so many emails about setups and I have no faith to send people to anywhere else. I'm just holding out for us, to be honest.
We're working on it, that's for sure.
Yeah, and do you have any final words to say, Sid?
No, just Leafcutter love. That's all.
Yeah, there we are. There's a new hashtag there, Leafcutter love.
Yeah, hashtag Leafcutter love. No, it's fantastic. It's great being able to chat about these types of things. Obviously, if you need to get in contact with us to discuss things, obviously, and antics, we're both on Discord. We're both, on all the socials, antantics.co.uk and wakushi.com. So, if you need us, just reach out. If you want a bit more of a idea of time frames of things or how things are getting on, then we're happy to help. Or if you've got feedback, or if you kind of know anything, then let us know. It's great to work on this project, and we can't wait to get it ready for everyone.
And with that being said, thank you both for joining the Antpod. It's been amazing having both of you on the show, and without having any complete future plans, I'm sure we will probably get both of you on the show in the future as well. And for all of those listening out there, next episode will hopefully be with Novo Ants and Aussie Ants, and where we will talk all Mimisia. But thank you both for joining the Antpod. So just like in episode 3, we found this amazing way of ending the podcast with both of the guests saying goodbye in Ant Oliver style. So starting with Wakushi, and then Ant's Antic, and then I will end it off by saying bye. Are we ready, guys?
Ready.
Perfect. Wakushi.
Bye!
Ant's Antic.
Bye.
And Oliver. Bye!
I was nowhere near high enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's so
Did
professional.
I just ruin the end there?
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Antpod. This is now episode 5, and today we are talking all Mimisia. Today we have 2 YouTubers on the show, and the first YouTuber is Novo Ants. Now, Novo Ants is a YouTuber with over 2,500 subscribers and is from Australia. Say hello, Novo.
G'day everyone, how are we all going?
We are doing amazingly. It's amazing to have you on the show. I've been following you for quite some time. I do remember seeing your 500 subscriber special. So yeah, I've been with you for a while at least. It's nice having you here on the show. So with Novo Ants, we also have Aussie Ants, and he's of course also from Australia. And well, his YouTube channel is really not live anymore, so we're gonna chat about that in a second. But yeah, say hello, Aussie Ants.
Hello. How are we all?
We are brilliant. It's nice to have both of you on your show, and well, you are both keepers of Mimisia, so I thought you would be the perfect people to interview for, well, the species Mimisia. So we're gonna be starting the podcast with a little bit of introduction to you two before we go into the more Mimisia questions. So yeah, let's learn a little bit about you two. So Novo, why and when did you start your YouTube channel and your other social media accounts?
Okay, yeah, I started my YouTube channel about 3 years ago. Actually, it's just come up to 3 years ago. I only started it as an experiment just to work out how YouTube sort of functioned. I was looking for something to put up on YouTube, and yeah, I just had a acrylic nest that I just received. So I thought, oh, why not? I'll just do a little video on that, see what it's like, and upload that and see if anybody's interested in looking at it. And yeah, I got a bit of response out of it. So I decided, oh, well, I might as well make a channel on ant keeping, even though I was very new to it at the time. So yeah, that's sort of how I started with the YouTube channel. And then as that sort of started to get a few subscribers, I thought I'd better start some of the other social media things to go along with it as well. So mainly Instagram. I only joined Facebook then as well. I hadn't really been on it before and didn't know how it worked. So yeah, I'm an old fella, so it takes me a little bit of time to get on these social media things.
Yeah, and a quick pop-in question. We just chatted a little bit before we started the show, and you're actually quite a lot older than I personally expected. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41. Yep.
Yeah, did not expect that at all. But together with Nova, we also have Aussie Ants. And well, how did you start your YouTube channel and your other social media accounts?
Well, basically with the YouTube channel, it was pretty much just a lot of, audience, what do you call it? Just people wanting me to make content because I was always on Instagram. That's where I started. And there are a lot of people that, because it's only photography content, it's all static images, there are a lot of people that wanted me to make some sort of videos just to better document the colonies and their progression. So I pretty much just started it based off of, people that followed me on Instagram wanting me to do that. And the Instagram, I don't really remember how I started. It was quite a while ago, but I think it was just after watching other people on YouTube and whatnot raising their colonies. I thought, may as well get on it and start posting some photos of things I keep, engage with some people. It's a good way to meet people in the community and whatnot. So yeah, it's pretty much the reason. Not anything crazy, just hopped into it, I guess.
Yeah, well, we all start, most of all just start for fun. But opposite Nova Ants, you are quite a lot younger than I personally expected. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19. So I started
19.
when I was probably 16, I'd say, maybe, was when I first started. If I had to guess. Don't really remember, it was quite a while back now, but at least for me, only a few years, but it feels like a long time.
Yeah, looking back at it, I don't. It's fun hearing that I've been in ant keeping since 2018. I feel like I'm still just starting out, but that's the amazing thing about ant keeping. Keep getting to learn more species. If you're 19 today and you've been keeping ants since you were 15, 16 years old, how many colonies do you have today?
Well, that's a good question. I've got quite a few. Probably haven't really counted, to be honest. I showed you an image before, so you would know that, there's a lot there. But
that was quite a few.
yeah, look, I only just started in, I think, August 2020, I'm pretty sure. So, I've only been keeping again for a year, but before that, I think I've probably gone over the old amount of colonies I had. I think I've got a lot more than I used to have back in the day, which is not what I planned. I planned when I got back into it just to keep a couple of colonies and keep it simple, and, you can't do that. Blew up, and now I've got what I've got. Too many.
Yeah, I think you have more than 50 without counting the picture you sent, but quite a lot of colonies at least.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing about ants, you just keep getting more.
Exactly, you can't stop. It's an addiction.
Yeah, it's a bad addiction, money-wise.
Oh, yeah.
But Novo, how many ant colonies do you currently keep?
Yeah, I haven't actually kept count of it either, but yeah, nowhere near that many. I've started to cull it back and get rid of a few of them, just because there's too many to look after, especially as they start to grow and get bigger and bigger. There's a lot more cleaning out and a lot more feeding. So I've probably got about 15 to 20 colonies, and then I've probably got another half a dozen just queens by themselves, just ready to start a colony. So yeah, probably around about that 15-ish.
Yeah, but that is still a good amount. I think I have around the same 15 colonies that are considered real colonies, and I already now have to really get myself into the mood of feeding them, because it just takes quite a time to sit and chop up mealworms and whatnot. At least, it takes some more time than you think.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's one of those things. You've just got to find the extra little bit of time and grab 5 minutes here, and that's what I'll sort of do, is break up my feeding. So I'll be like, all right, 2 colonies, you're getting it this hour. I'll feed you, and then I'll go and do something else. Go and play with the kids, and then come back and do another couple.
That sounds like a whole system.
I don't know if it's just because I've got so many, but I find it easier personally to, if I'm feeding them, I've got to do them all at the same time. Like, other than Mimisia, because Mimisia, they are very specific on what they, the amount that they eat. But for all my smaller species that are in nests and stuff, I pick a day, and I sit there, and I slice up a whole box of crickets, and I just dish them out to everyone, and gets it done way quicker for me.
It's the same for me. I sit down and then I just sit and just make every dish, because then it's all over, and then I don't have to think about that before I have to take it out again. But is there anything special that you two have been up to lately, starting with Novo?
I'm working on a couple of little projects. One's been a long time coming, and I'm still not going much further with it. Not as fast as I'd like to, but it's a bit more of a documentary style, actually on ants, and a bit more of a deep dive into them. So that one,
nice,
that's coming. But yeah, it's taken. I don't know, you go down a bit of a rabbit hole, and then you're like, how far do I want to go with this episode? And I'm like, all right, I'm going to have to break this up into multiple parts now. But it's fun because I'm learning along the way. So yeah, that's a little side project. But then I've got a few sort of immediate projects, and a lot of them are around just building bigger outworlds and nests for a couple of the colonies. So I've got a Mimisia colony that I've got. I haven't showed it off on my channel yet. So I'm about to show that one off in probably the next couple of weeks, and I'm going to give them a nice new outworld, new nest. But then that means I'm upgrading some of the other guys as well. So I've got a 2-foot fish tank there ready to go. So yeah, a few little projects like that. And then I'm also working on developing a founding nest made of plaster, and just having a bit of a tinker with that, just to see what I can work out what's best. I find it hard to find really small, just founding cells or nests out there. So just looking at something just for myself, really, just see what I come up with.
Yeah, you both of you have made quite a lot of DIY projects, which I find perfect, because, well, DIY projects are brilliant. But Aussie Ants, anything special you've been up to lately? I know you've been quite busy on Instagram, and you have also had a few TikToks that have blown quite a lot up. But anything special?
Other than that, I don't think so. Really, the Instagram, same thing. I just like to take pictures of all my colonies, even just for a personal record. Looking back eventually, see what things I've had and how fast they grow. It's good to know for future reference. But yeah, like you said, TikTok's probably the only thing that I've really been doing that's special recently. It's didn't expect it to get what it was, that first one on the giant bull ants that blew up with 6 million views on TikTok now. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, it just sort of happened out of nowhere, and I just kept posting a few more, see if I could run with it, get a few more, and had another one that's got 1.8 million now. So yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people that are interested in ants, or at least just shocked by the size that they can get to, because a lot of people must not know that there's ants that big in the world. Because when you think of ants, you just think of the little tiny black ones that run around and get on your food, really. So, but yeah, that's probably the only thing, like I said, that anything special I've been working on. Other than that, just been getting more and more queens, building the collection.
But I think we must address a question. Your YouTube channel, now you chatted a little bit about it before, why you started it, but I tried to find it the other day, and I think you have deleted all your videos or just hidden them away. Can you just share a little bit just before we start the Mimisia part of the podcast? What happened?
Yeah, so I didn't delete them. They're all still there. They're just unlisted, so only people I send a link to can view it, or obviously I can view them. The only reason why I got rid of all the videos is just because, like I said before to a few other people, is that they were just low effort. Like, I recorded it, wrote the script, edited the video, did the voiceover, everything, like a couple hours in an afternoon, and just threw it out there. So it's not really anything that, I was proud of. It was just content out there, like I said, that people wanted me to make. So I was just, fulfilling what people wanted. And yeah, they sat there, they got a few views over time, and eventually I was like, time to move on and get rid of them. And if I ever go back to YouTube, which I don't think I will, because like I said, I never really enjoyed making them. It was more so just doing what the people wanted, I guess. But yeah, if I ever do go back, it'll definitely be something that I actually put effort into this time.
Yeah, and I must say, I really respect that you have decided to just take them down. I think yeah, that's quite impressive. I'm not sure. I haven't taken my old videos down because I don't know. I find it quite impressive if you have taken this step and done it. Now, in the other podcast we have done so far, in the other Anpods, the viewer questions have been kind of in the start or in the end of the podcast, and this time I'm just going to throw them in as we go along. And just one last question before we go into the Memesia part. I'm personally from Denmark, and we don't really have any dangerous animals at all, and I mean nothing at all. I think that the most dangerous thing we have in Denmark is a tick, so that isn't really too bad. But we have a question over from Instagram from Stan Ingman, who asks, what is the worst animal injury you have got, or do you have any?
Personally, I don't know. I haven't really had any bad animal injury. Yeah, the worst one probably would just be, let's just go with something with ants. I've been stung by 4 of my Memesia nigricincta at the same time, and that didn't feel very nice. They've, with the few big colonies I've been raising, every time I have to move into a new nest, they always get me. Like, there's no avoiding them because of how easily they can just jump onto you. Those things are sneaky little buggers.
What about you, Novo?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I've managed to avoid getting injured by any of the Australian wildlife. I'm actually originally from New Zealand. So I'm born in New Zealand and moved over here when I was 10. And I was petrified to come to Australia because of all the stories I was told. There's spiders and snakes everywhere. And when we first came over here, I went to North Queensland, and we lived in a rural property out there, so had plenty of snake encounters. But yeah, thankfully I never got bitten by one. But yeah, just up there you couldn't swim in the rivers for the crocodiles, couldn't swim in the ocean for the box jellyfish. So yeah, it was great place. So yeah. But yeah, actually, probably recently, my worst thing, apart from a bee sting, would probably be, getting stung by a bull ant, which is the first time I've ever been stung was only a couple of weeks ago.
How bad was it then?
It actually wasn't too bad. It was Memesia piliventris, so only a fairly small one. And yeah, very sneaky little thing. Was just on the inside lid on the outworld. When I lifted it up just to do some cleaning and feeding, I didn't realise it was there, and yeah, just crawled onto my hand and yeah, got me good. But it was just a sort of a sharp little pain. But there was a lump there for over a day. Yeah, but it was all right.
Well, either way, I'm glad none of you have gotten any serious harm. I think I'm a little bit on the same team as Snow Ants, as you've just heard all of these stories about Australia and
yeah,
everything about Australia. So yeah, I don't know if I'm impressed that you haven't gotten any damage or yeah. But yeah, let's go into the Memesia part of this podcast. So I think we're gonna start with Nova Ants and ask, how many Memesia colonies do you currently keep? And this is both grown colonies and just single queens.
Okay, so I've got 5 in total. I've got 3 actual colonies with workers, and then yeah, I've got another 2 single queens. So I've got Memesia brevinota. So that's the big colony. That's the one I haven't revealed just yet. I've got the Memesia piliventris, which is probably got a good 150 workers, I'd say. I've got the Memesia nigricincta queen with 1 worker now. That colony's struggling. And then I've got another nigricincta queen by herself with eggs. And then a Memesia pilosula just with eggs as well. And she's been struggling a little bit with her first worker, hatched and then died pretty much straight away. Yeah, so I've got the five colonies.
I mean, it is 5 more colonies than I have. So I must say, I would really love a colony of them, but yeah, that's it's gonna have to wait quite a long time because we're getting into the Danish winter, So yeah, I'm not sure it's too safe to ship the colonies at this time.
I did have a couple more species, but we had a bit of a heat wave come through here just over 12 months ago, and yeah, that actually killed off a few of my colonies. The queens just didn't survive the heat, and I couldn't keep them cool enough. So it's just
That's sad.
a bit aware of, and it was really sad to lose them.
Yeah, that's one problem we don't really have to face in Denmark. We don't really get those mega hot days, but instead we get the cold. So yeah. But Aussie ants, we already now talked a little bit about your whole ant shelf, and it's quite hard to count all your colonies. I'm guessing it's just as hard to count how many Mimisia colonies you have, or do you have a rough estimate?
Well, and you said queens as well. So if we go off of start with Mimisia nigricincta, I've got 5 colonies of those. The biggest one being 115 workers at the moment. Then I've got 24 queens of those, 23 queens maybe now. I've sold a couple. Mimisia brevinota, I think I have 11 of those. The queens, a couple of them have just started getting workers. I've got Mimisia fulvipes, Mimisia chrysogaster, Mimisia pilosula, Mimisia nigriceps, Mimisia camata, Mimisia nigroscarpa. I've got a tarsata queen. Recently got Similima.
These names, man.
And Pyroformis as well, and I think that's all of them from memory. So I've got quite a few.
It's so weird for me to sit here because I don't know any of the species at all. You're just saying weird words right after Mimisia.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Aussie ants is definitely the professional when it comes to Mimisia.
I've had too much experience. I think just alone the Mimisia nigricincta, I think I've caught close to 100 queens of those in total over the years. So I've got plenty of experience with those.
Yeah, but we have another question over from Instagram. Again, if you want to ask these questions, go over to the Antpod on Instagram, and I'll post some stories whenever I need the questions. But we have Ant Scandinavia referring a little bit to your experience, maybe Aussie ants, saying, "Have you ever been stung, and how bad is it?" Now we both know that both Noah and Aussie ants have been stung, and Noah, you've only been stung by one Mimisia species. But Aussie ants, what's your worst sting?
I think what I said before, to be honest, must be my worst one, where I got stung by 4 of them at the same time. One's not too bad, depends on where it gets you. If it gets you in like a really sensitive part of the hand, like right in the palm, it can be bad. And how long they sting you for as well, how much venom they inject varies. But I think I've only ever been stung by those ones. But maybe... I think actually, now that I think about it, maybe I've been stung by a Pyroformis queen a few years ago. That one hurt quite a bit because she's a lot larger. So I'm assuming she injects more venom if you're going by body size ratio. But yeah, I think they're the only 2 species I've been stung by, considering the amount of different species I've kept. But yeah, they can, like I said before, they can hurt quite a bit if they get you in a sensitive spot. But if not, they're pretty calm. I think species like Rhytidoponera, the green-headed ants, they're very well known in Queensland because of just how prevalent they are. They usually sting little kids and stuff playing in parks or whatnot. They're just in the grass and they get you, and their sting lasts a lot longer. Like it is like a pulsating sort of sting. So yeah, they're well known to be pretty bad, and they get me quite a bit. But yeah. There's a few species here that can get you.
Again, nothing at all imagine here in Denmark, which is such a safe little boring country. And referring to these safe and boring countries, and Scandinavia ask, is it like a special thing to find these queens? Because here in Denmark, I often found Lasius niger queens, and they're not really that special when you get into the hobby. Is it a special thing to find a Mimisia queen, or is it just normal for you?
It depends on the species, to be completely honest. For me now, and I guess when I first found them, it was crazy because I personally thought that I'd never find a bull ant queen when I first started keeping ants. Like it was a very the same feeling that you have, and I guess anyone overseas, where it's a very rare sort of species. And I didn't think I had ever seen bull ants before I started keeping ants. Whether that was just I overlooked them all the time, or I'm not sure. But yeah, like when I first started and I found my first Mimisia nigricincta queen, it was crazy. And I didn't even know it was a queen at first. And I was just blown away. But then I think maybe 3 or 4 days later, then I found 37 of them in a day, and that's when I think that's when it wore off, and I was like, all right, these aren't as special anymore. But
Wow.
yeah, that feeling came back when I recently found my Mimisia brevinota. I caught 12 of those recently when they flew, or back in February. It's not really recent anymore. But they were another one again where I was like, I probably will never find a queen of this species. And then I was out there and I witnessed the nuptial flight, and that was crazy. But I think the only other species would be Mimisia gilberti, is the only other species I've ever found. So that's 3 species in total. I've actually personally caught queens of. So anything else that I ever find, if I find a different species, it will be that same feeling where, you know, it's a really special, rare thing. But yeah, I buy a lot of them because there's just some that aren't in my area at all.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense that, well, the more you find, the less special it is. What about you, Novo? Have you any special stories?
Well, to be honest, I have never caught a Mimisia queen. They've eluded me constantly, and it's a dream to be able to catch one. I believe I've walked away from one that I thought, no, that's just a worker, and I've walked away, and then later I've thought about it and thought, no, they definitely. I think that was a queen. So a bit annoyed about that, because they can be a little bit difficult to tell a queen on sort of first glance if you're not knowing what you're looking for, especially if they don't have their wings, if they've already shed their wings. Again, like, because I think there's like 93 species of Mimisia in Australia, so there is a lot out there, but I don't seem to see a lot of them, even just active colonies out and about. I haven't seen a lot of them, so they've sort of eluded me. So yeah, it's a definite dream of mine to be able to catch them. The only ones that I've ever got is ones that I've bought or ones that people have sent me before. So it's on the bucket list for sure.
So, going back to the question, you are still really hyped to find your first queens, then I can imagine.
Yes, yep. I am very excited to find my first one. A little bit intimidated too, because they're kind of scary.
Yeah, they look really scary, but that's also what I really love about them. They're so cool looking. But yeah. You are both keepers of Mimisia, and if you were to describe how a queen look apart from a worker, how would you say it then?
I think the easiest way to tell, if you're trying to describe it to someone that has no idea, it'd be basically just a scaled up worker. So the head and just every part of their body just seems a very slight bit different. And if you don't have a worker next to it for comparison, you can just pretty easily glance over it if you don't know what you're looking for. But the only real way to tell is to look for the wing scars. And they do have the wing muscles there still, most species. Not all of them. Species like Mimisia similima, they're almost completely ergatoid. They don't have wings anymore, or don't use their wings, sorry. They do still have the wings, they do shed them, but they don't have the muscles to be able to utilize them anymore. So some of those, they can be extremely hard to tell because you've got to get really close to them. But certain species like Mimisia brevinota, they're very obvious because they've got that giant back on them where their wing muscles are.
Anything to add, Novo?
Yeah, no, I agree. They can be quite hard. The sort of thorax area is very segmented. But generally, I know someone else said it to me once, look for the backpack. It's like a worker who's got a backpack on. That's
exactly.
big work their wing muscles are. But yeah, and that's I think the mistake I've made, especially early on, was overlooking them, thinking it's just a worker, but not having something to compare it to. So yeah, I totally agree with Aussie Ants.
So for all those listening out there, we have I'm not sure how many we have from Australia, but and I'm not sure how many who know the species Myrmecia. If you were to describe the species Myrmecia to a person who didn't know how they looked, how would you say it?
I'd say if we're going off personality wise, they're kind of similar to just I like to describe them as a dog sometimes, in the weirdest way, like an insect dog. They seem to all, even the same species, I've noticed, they differ with their personalities. So I've caught a bunch of those Myrmecia nigricincta queens from the same area, and they're all the same species, but some of them will be very aggressive, like they'll come out and they'll try and have a go at you, try and snap at you. And then other ones, they just cower in their tube, and as soon as you open their the lid of their outworld, they bolt and they run away. So it's very strange seeing ants have personalities and they're all unique. But yeah, they're sort of like dogs. They're very inquisitive. They see movement, they sort of back up and they rear their heads up and open their jaws and look at you. So yeah, they're pretty fun to interact with as well. If we're going off what they're, to describe them looks wise, they're kind of just they just look mean. They look angry. They're very even just their posture. They're ready to go at you at all times, and kind of just a slim wasp. Slim wingless wasp is basically the best way to describe them, I think, with big jaws.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with that too. I think that's sort of where they get their name as the bulldog ant, because they are like that. They are like a dog. Some of the ones I've had, as soon as you go near the nest, they'll come charging out at you and want to bite you like a dog. Other ones, yeah, will cower away. Like Ozzy said, they've got those different sort of personalities for them. But yes, a slim like wasp. Those big mandibles at the front. Yeah, they're quite scary. And the thing I find with Myrmecia is just their look, and they're just watching you, and it can be quite intimidating, especially when you're first starting out, because you go near your enclosures or in your ant room or wherever you keep them, and you'll just see them. They just stop and they look at you and they're following you around the room, and it's quite intimidating, especially when you've got to lift the lid and feed them and just hope for them.
It sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. For those that don't know the Myrmecia species or gene, they have a lot better sight than I think any other ants. So they will go out and they will follow you with their eyes because, well, they can actually see you.
Right. Yeah. No, they will track you around. They'll follow you around the room, and yeah, they can see up to quite a good distance. So it's quite intimidating.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact distance is, but I think I've heard somewhere between 1 to 2 meters some can see, which is pretty crazy considering how small they are. And I can attest to that. A few years ago, I was down close to the New South Wales border, back on a trip where I remembered I used to see Myrmecia gullosa, which are a very pretty bright red species. And their nest down there, I've never seen ant nest that big. Their nest was, if I was going off memory, I want to say it was probably close to 70 centimeters high off the ground and 50 centimeters wide. Like, it was a big pyramid nest. And their entrances were rectangles, which was very weird to see. And every time you went near the nest, they would run out in like hordes and chase you away from the nest for ages. And I could not get close to it to take photos of it or anything, because they would just not let you near it. They were very aggressive. But it's cool to see.
Yeah, it sounds really cool, and that's the big thing about them. They are really aggressive. So my next question is, what is the biggest challenge about keeping them? I'm imagining it's something with this aggression.
Yeah. There's probably a couple of things that come to mind. It is the aggression of them. I found them to be really good climbers as well. So you need to have a good, secure outworld. With something to try and keep them from climbing up the sides. The feeding, the most difficult thing I've sort of had at the moment is with the watering of them, keeping the water up to them. I have some water feeders in their outworld, but they continually want to get inside the water feeder. So I might have to try and block it off somehow. But they want to get in there, and I've got to change the water out, and I just don't want them near me. So it's a waiting game. I have to wait. I'll shake them out. But also the food too, I've found can be a little bit difficult, just getting the food right for them. They can be a little bit fussy with the protein, keeping the protein up to them. So I found that a little bit challenging as well, though.
Do you want to say more about or can you explain a little bit more about the food problem?
Yeah, with the food. So generally, I will generally give them crickets, and a lot of them having, you sort of have to live feed Myrmecia. They hunt, they're solitary, so they'll go out and they'll hunt by themselves. So if it's not moving, if it's not live, they generally won't touch it. They'll ignore it. So you have to live feed them, and they'll chase that down. They'll grab it with the mandibles. They'll give it a sting, paralyze it, and then drag it back to the nest. But trying to get it right, trying to get the right size of crickets to give them. Also with mealworms, I try and give them mealworms, but then I find I have to cut them up, and the movement, they sort of ignore them. So just occasionally they'll drag them back into, but then it's different species as well. The Brevinoda seem to ignore the mealworms that I give them, but the Piliventris, they love mealworms, probably more so than the crickets, which was quite surprising to me. And even if they're cut up and they're not moving, they'll grab them and drag them back in. So, yeah, I've just found it a little bit tricky just to sort out their food, whereas the other species that I keep, it doesn't matter what I do. I just give them anything and they'll eat it.
Do you have anything to add on that, Ozzy? Is it the same struggles you found, or?
Yeah, I have something to add about them being picky. Yeah, I've noticed it's a lot to do with species sometimes as well. Like, personally, at least, Myrmecia nigricincta, my main colonies, they're pretty easy to going. Like, they'll eat anything you put in there. You chuck anything in there, live or dead, they'll take it. But the most difficult one that I've got at the moment is my Myrmecia chrysogaster. They will not eat anything live. They will not hunt. They will barely leave their nest. I have to kill the cricket, and it has to be a very specific size, like probably the same size as maybe a full-grown larvae of theirs. I have to kill it. I have to put it right at the entrance of their nest, or even inside the the entrance tube inside it, and that's when they'll take it. And they also, I've noticed, they go through phases. So when I first had the queen, she was raising her first generations, she would take crickets. Then they had a phase where they didn't want crickets anymore, and they only wanted small cockroaches. And then they've gone back out of that again, and then they wanted live crickets for a while, and then they stopped accepting live crickets again, and now they're completely back on small dead crickets in their tube. So yeah, it seems like depending on the species, they can be very different as well. And I don't know if that has something to do with sort of they've got like a natural prey that they hunt that we don't really know about, because most species are very understudied. There might be like ones that are specifically specialized to hunt spiders or something, which would be pretty interesting to learn about. But like I said, it's not very well known, a lot of the species, because I've seen, I think, Myrmecia gilberti, which are a small gold species. They look like Piliventris. In the wild, I've only really ever seen them carrying wild bush roaches. They always carry them around, so I don't know if they're a specialist hunter of that, or if it's just coincidence that they're very common in the area and that's what they hunt. But it'd be interesting to learn stuff like that. But yeah, that's the main thing, is food, very specific, different needs that each one wants. And depending on the stage of brood and the amount of brood that they have, they will accept different size and quantities of insects. It's a lot of learning what they want and when they want it. Yeah.
So you wouldn't say their aggression is a challenge?
For new ant-keepers, I'd say it can be, but I've sort of gotten used to it. I know somewhat when to not come near them. I just wait till there's a very minimal amount of them in their outworld, and that's when I go in there and clean or feed them or whatnot. But when there's a lot of them out, I don't go near it. Especially with my I've got a couple setups with fish tanks, and the silicon corners where they glue the fish tank pieces, the glass panes together. They can cross that silicon even with a fluon barrier. So yeah, I've got to not go into that when they're all out and about, because they'll be all over the lid and I won't be able to close it without getting stung. So it can be, and I think depending on the colony size as well, if it's a massive colony, it's obviously, I guess that's a generic thing with every species, but the bigger the colony gets, the harder it is to look after them by, making sure they don't get out primarily. I had that issue with the colony recently and had to completely swap their whole setup because they were just escaping. Everyone was finding them all over the house.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
You really have to respect them. That's what I'm hearing. You have to.
Yep. Yeah. It's keeping an eye on them, understanding them. They're all a little bit different too. The different colonies, even if they're the same species, sometimes the colonies behave a little bit differently to each other. So you sort of go, okay, these guys, this time of day, they're quiet. I'll go and feed them. That's what I found, especially with the Brevinoda ones. There's certain times of day where there's none in the outworld at all. So I'll quickly dash in and do some clean up and feed them again and get out of there as quick as I can.
So you both have I don't know, I wouldn't say large colonies, but again, 150 workers are quite large. I started to read a little bit up on the species before this interview just to get a knowledge of them. And most of the bigger species take around half a year for an egg to turn into a worker. How long does it take to grow a large species? Of course, depending on the size.
It depends a lot on the temperature. So if it's cold, obviously brood development's a lot slower. I think I've got it written down somewhere, but my Brevinoda, I've caught them in February. I think it was late February. I'm pretty sure the 22nd of February this year. And they only recently just got their workers, like probably a week ago. They started getting their first workers. So it was about, what's that? We're in the 9th month now. So about 6 or 7 months for workers. But as the weather warms up, it can speed up their brood development quite a lot. And then smaller species, they can go in maybe 2 to 3 months. So yeah, it's mainly based on temperature and size of the worker.
Yeah, and that just makes it that more impressive that you, I know where you were out with, can't remember the exact name of the team, but you were out cleaning out or moving some Myrmecia nest in a YouTube video a while back. And it's just impressive to see how large the colonies are compared to how slow they grow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were Brevinoda, so quite a large species. And the one that we had to remove that was being destroyed, that was probably 2,000 to 3,000 workers in that colony. So yeah, very big size. So it would have taken quite a long time to get to that sort of quantity of workers, and a lot of brood in that as well.
Yeah, it's pure insanity.
Personally, I find that within the first year, the growth is normally the slowest, and I think this is also, like I said, something with all species. Obviously, on a different scale, small species, they might get 200 to 300 workers in their first year, whereas if you're really lucky, like one of my colonies, in 10 months it's gotten 114 workers, one of my bull ant colonies, but that's like incredibly fast. And they're also the smaller species, Myrmecia nigricincta, so they can grow quite quick. But then the second year, I've noticed, tends to be where the actual population growth ramps up quite significantly. So you struggle through the first year and you get the colony somewhat established. Then the second year they explode, and then by the third year they normally are a somewhat established, fully grown colony if all goes well. But depending on obviously the queen that you're raising, you can have, I think I'm pretty sure my smallest colony that I'm keeping at the moment was actually caught before my biggest one, but just the different queens, they just got more workers from the first generation. The second generation, they grew much faster for no obvious reason. So that's why it's good to catch them in bulk sometimes as well, and you get to pick the best one, get a big colony much quicker.
Yeah, but you never know if you have a surviving queen or if you have a machine queen or what you will get. But now we've talked a little bit about the biggest challenge about keeping Mimisia. But what makes you keep Mimisia? Let's start with Novo. Why do you want to keep such an aggressive species?
Oh, just they're awesome. They just look amazing. I do prefer the larger species of ants, so I can really get a good look at what they're doing and a good look at the species. But I think with the bull ants, they've got such a big reputation, especially in Australia. Obviously, they're well known. I think there's a lot of misconceptions around them as well. So I wanted to keep them, to understand them a little bit better, to find out what makes them different. I think because they've got a few traits that are different to other species or other genus of ants as well. The solitary hunting and things like that you don't really see in a lot of other genus. So I really wanted to explore that a little bit more and understand them properly, because my first experience or first knowledge of them is they're just scary ants, keep away from them. But I wanted to see a bit more about them, actually understand them properly. So that's a big reason why I wanted to keep them.
And Elsie, what's your biggest reason for wanting to keep them? Or what's your reason to wanting to keep them?
Same thing as Nova said, really. They're just a very interesting species, and there's such a massive variety of them. Like Nova said earlier, there's about 93 species. That's just the ones that we know of. There's probably more species that haven't even been discovered yet. And the vast majority of them probably haven't even been kept by any ant keepers yet. Only a small minority are common species that are frequently sold on the market around in Australia. But they're just massive is the first thing. So they're just awesome to watch, awesome to look at. They're very rewarding to grow because it is such a process. When it takes months and months and months just to get your first workers, when you get those first workers, it's way more exciting than something that you could get in 1 to 2 months, because it's just the amount of time that you've waited for it. Their personalities. You get a special
connection.
Yeah, exactly. With each queen. Their personalities as well. Like, they're not like the everyday ant. When you just tell an everyday person that doesn't keep ants, when they think of an ant, it's just, a normal black ant that runs around and, the small thing, it's only a few millimeters. But, they're just so different and have such a vibrant personality that differs between each queen. Whereas your generic things, they sort of just mindless. They eat food and then they run back into their nest, they interact with you in a way that normal ants don't. Just because they can actually see you and they follow you around and they try and bite you and stuff.
Yep. Yeah. I agree with that point about it's such an event when you get your first workers with the Mimisia colony, because it is challenging. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort to get them to that stage. So the journey is exciting that goes along with them, whereas some of the other genus or other species of ants out there, that sometimes you don't have to do too much. You just got to play the waiting game, and over a few months you'll see them. But with Mimisia, you just got to get them to that stage, and it's a challenge, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, and it just gives you that much more of a reward if it all succeeds.
Exactly. More like a pet that you're actually interacting with and caring for, rather than just something that you watch develop,
Yeah. Yep, totally.
Okay. Well, 2 answers that I think answers the question perfectly. Now going on to the final part of the podcast which is a dedicated audience questions. But before we go into that, I want to give a little shout out to our YouTube family member, Medical Carcase, who is actually with us on the podcast and just sitting and listening. So if you want to hear the live podcast, you can join the YouTube family member team over on YouTube. Going on to the final part of the podcast, we have questions from Instagram asked on the Ant Pod. And the first question is from Ants Island, who asks, can Mimisia kill you?
Yes, it's a lot like a wasp sting, though. You have to be very allergic to them. And there's not many cases of people dying, but there are a few. I think the two that I've heard of are Pyroformis and Pilistula. They both have killed people in the past. But yeah, it's not something that you should be worried about. It's only in very severe cases where you are highly allergic to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's much the same as a bee sting. It
Yeah.
won't harm unless you're allergic.
Yeah. Yeah. I have heard, and I don't know how true it necessarily is, but if you're stung by multiple bull ants, even if you're not necessarily allergic to it, the toxin can build up. But I think you had to be stung by about 1,000, so you'd have to fall on a big nest of them and not be moving too quick.
Yeah.
But I think it's really that anaphylactic shock that's the main killer of them. And the ones I've heard of is the Myrmecia pilosula, which are a very aggressive species.
It doesn't sound fun being stung by thousands of Myrmecia, especially not after our little talk about how aggressive they are. So the next two questions sounds to me quite weird, but it may just be my knowledge lacking a little bit in the Myrmecia topic. But we have Lowly asking, can all workers lay eggs? And we also have the urban innkeeper asking, do all Myrmecia lay fertile protein eggs to eat, and why do they do that? Is that something you know anything about? Because personally, I don't know anything about it.
Nova, do you know anything about that? Do you want to have a crack at it, or do you want me to go?
Well, yeah, you probably know more than me. I only know a little bit of limited knowledge on that. I do know the queens will lay eggs to feed to their larvae. So obviously, if she's not able to go out and hunt or find protein, she can at least feed those eggs to her larvae to help them to develop. I know in certain species, I think they can have what they call sort of like gamergates or ergotoid queens. Well, I think it's gamergate, I'm pretty sure, where a worker will become fertile and lay those eggs. But yeah, I haven't done a lot of research into that area to find out much more.
Yeah, I haven't done any research either. It's more just what I've sort of learnt over the time. So I'm not an expert and don't take anything I say with 100% certainty. But yeah, I have workers, at least as far as I know, all workers can lay eggs. I'm not sure about all species of Myrmecia, but yeah, they are infertile eggs and are never kept within the nest, to my knowledge. They're always the same thing where it's protein eggs. They seem to be more gelatinous. I watched a worker yesterday lay an egg, and as she grabbed it, it was very, like gelatinous, I guess is the best word to describe it. Very squishy, and they immediately fed to the larvae, and the larvae know that those eggs are coming. So there must be a lot of pheromones going on that we can't have any idea of, can't see or smell them. Because, yeah, as soon as one of the workers or the queen's laying one of these protein eggs, I've noticed all the larvae, they're like little baby birds. They all stand up with their heads, and they're all like sniffing around for food, waiting for it. And whoever laid the egg will pick one of the larvae and put it right in their mouth and then let go, and you watch the little larvae eat the egg. It's pretty interesting. And I guess it's just a little quick protein packet. It's just a little boost of protein, especially in times where I guess they can't find any food. The workers might have that protein from their last meal when they've found a cricket, licked up some of the juices out of the dead cricket, and they can turn that into little protein packets to feed the larvae. It's probably very nutritious for them, very helps them grow quite a lot, but not sure why they do it other than just to feed the larvae, I guess. Yeah, but it is interesting to watch, but I don't know, haven't done any research or know any reason or anything about it. But yeah,
it's really cool hearing all of this, and I'm immediately starting to think rather all ants do this or all gamergate systems do this, and we're just not able to really see it, whereas Myrmecia are just so large that you can really see it. Either way, it's really it's really cool to think about it, because it's just when I got the questions, I just thought it didn't mean anything to me, but yeah, there's a meaning behind the questions, which is always good. So the next question comes from Spam Ant, and they ask, what is the best Mimisia beginner species?
I would probably say none of them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call Mimisia a beginner species.
Okay, well, I'm gonna rewrite the question. What's the best entry species within Mimisia?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't kept a lot of the different species, but from the ones I have kept, I think Nigra cincta, they seem to have a nice personality, and seem a little bit more active and easygoing as far as feeding and just producing eggs and larvae. They just seem a little bit probably easier to handle.
Yeah, I'd say the same. They're I've noticed a lot of people struggle with failed pupations. A lot of the larvae, they can very easily grow them. They accept all the food. They rarely, I don't think I've ever had that species, Mimisia nigra to ever eat eggs out of stress or anything. They're pretty good at keeping their brood, but their main issue is, failed pupations, where the larvae, they'll get to the point where they begin to spin a cocoon, and they end up just failing to do it. And what happens is the larvae then becomes the pupa, which is, as you've seen in every other species, it doesn't have a cocoon protecting it. It's just a naked white shell that looks exactly like the ant, but it's all tucked up. And they're very fragile for such a big species to be carrying around with their sharp mandibles. They always get sliced up or damaged in some way. So if they don't have that cocoon, they pretty much are always dead unless you separate them and raise them separately. But yeah, the best beginner species would have to probably be Mimisia nigra if you know how to raise them. My best tip on that would be get the substrate right. Because the reason why bull ants fail to pupate is they need anchor points. So the larvae need to be able to anchor their silk to certain particles around them. Otherwise, they won't be able to make the scaffold to then continue weaving their cocoon. I don't know why it's different for them, because there's plenty of species that spin cocoons that do not need the scaffold. Like Camponotus, I've never had issues with them spinning cocoons. They do it flawlessly with no substrate. But bull ants, they do need to anchor their silk to things. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but koya, it's like a coconut husk stuff that's normally used in gardening, and you mix it into soil and stuff. If you buy a block of that dry, crush it up, sprinkle it around the entrance of their nest or the tube, it works wonders for species that struggle with pupating, because sand tends to be too fine of a particle to attach to sometimes. But again, even just within bull ants, certain species are much better at it than others. No idea why some of them struggle to spin cocoons and some of them don't, but definitely, if you're going to get a beginner species, something smaller. The big ones for beginners might just take far too long to develop, and it's too much care to be put into it at that stage. But so yeah, something like Mimisia nigra, where they're a small, fast-growing species. If you know how to do it, you get the proper information, proper substrate, proper setup, they're the best. But like Nova said, there's not really any that's a beginner. They're all pretty similar. They're all pretty difficult unless you know what you're doing. But yeah, that would be the best beginner within Mimisia.
It's things like this I really love, because last episode, of course, this is a little bit pre-recorded, so you haven't heard the last episode where we said it all leafcutters. It's amazing that even after keeping ants for so many years, you can just enter a whole new part of ant keeping where you have to just change your mindset. Now you have to focus on live feeding and seeing if they take it and do their spin the cocoons and everything. I just find it's amazing that we have such a large hobby and so many different species. The next question comes from Ants to Go, who asked, how much does a Mimisia queen cost in Australia? Because over here in Europe, they are really expensive.
Yeah, it varies quite a lot. Like you can get, I think the cheapest I've seen recently is probably $80 for some of the smaller species, but they can go up to probably around 300. But yeah, on average, I think somewhere between 100 probably somewhere between $100 and $200 is like the average cost I've seen recently. But it varies depending on obviously what type it is and how common they were that season, and I guess the competitive market, how much other people are selling them for, and obviously colony size. If you're going for one with workers, they always bump up the price a bit just because obvious reasons, had to put some care into them. But yeah, probably somewhere between 100 to 200. I don't know if you've seen any different, Nova.
Yeah, no, that's about the same. Yeah, the cheapest I've bought one for, I think, was $80. Quite a couple of years ago. But yeah, generally, yeah, 100, 150 is generally what you'll get most of them, and that's just the sort of the common sort of species that you have. The ones that are a little bit rarer, they'll definitely be up into the 200s, maybe even up into $300 for them. Yeah, it does vary quite a lot, and depending on who you talk to as well, sometimes you can hunt around a bit, or you might be able to get one off somebody you know a little bit better, and they might give you a bit of a discount.
But what I'm hearing is it's still really expensive over there, just as it is in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
But I mean, they are quite a special species, and well, they have quite a lot of care to grow them. And finally, we have a question from Durka, the host of Formicast, who asked a question to me, and he asked rather I would like to keep Mimisia myself. And well, I would really love to keep Mimisia as myself. Like I also said a bit earlier in the podcast, my dream species has for the longest time been leafcutters together with kind of this dream of Mimisia. But it's just, it's hard for me to, get them from Australia because, it's quite a long trip and I'm scared that they will die doing the trip. Saying that, I actually recently saw a few people from Russia unboxing some Mimisia queens that lived in the same climate as me, and they arrived just fine, so yeah. But I must say, we are getting close to the end of the podcast, and I will say it's been amazing having both of you here on the podcast, with a third listener being Medical Car Case. Any final words you want to say, starting with Novo?
Yeah, no, I'd like to, thank you very much for being on the podcast. Really enjoyed it, and thanks to Aussie Ants as well. Great to spend some time with both of you. It's a fantastic species, ant keeping. I'd recommend it to anyone. It's really fascinating what you can learn from them, and it's a very rewarding hobby to have as well. So I really do encourage everybody to do that. And if you're going to get into Mimisia, do some research and ask lots of questions.
I think that's a brilliant final answer. And Aussie Ants?
Yeah, same thing. Thanks for having me. Good to talk to you guys about it. I've liked to talk about these sorts of things. I've got plenty of experience raising them. Always like to share it around, help people with raising them, sort of thing. But yeah, it was good to be on. That's about it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be too complicated. Now, I don't know if you've heard the episode, again, this is a little bit pre-recorded, so I don't know if you've heard episode 3, the new ending style to these podcasts. Have you heard it? Any of you?
No, I haven't.
I haven't.
No, it's a Static Ants. He made this brilliant way of ending the podcast in Ant Oliver style. The bye. That's how I end all my videos.
Ah, yes. Yep.
Yeah. So, are you in on joining Ant Oliver style and ending the podcast with bye?
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll give it a go,
Okay.
but my voice might not go there.
No, it's that's the fun part of it all. So I'm gonna start with Novo and then Aussie, and then I'm gonna end it out myself. So, are we ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Novo Ants,
Bye.
Aussie Ants,
Bye!
and Ant Oliver. Bye! Hello everybody and welcome back to the Antpod. This is now episode 6 and today we are talking with Jordan Dean, the man behind the YouTube channel formerly known as Ant Australia. Say hello, Jordan.
Hello everybody. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was really hyped when you said yes to join this interview. It's actually a bit of a funny story. I just had a person ask me on Instagram whether I would interview Jordan, and I was like, yeah, well, I can pop him a message, but I'm not sure he will respond. And well, here we are. So
it was worth a shot.
I'm pretty hyped. Yeah, it is. Either way, I'm really happy to have you here on the show. But for all of those listening on the YouTube channel, I once again just want to say that there's also a link down in the description for a podcast version. So for all of those who don't want to have the YouTube file open, you can also just hear it on the podcast version. But Jordan, before we go into all of the audience questions, because we have quite a few, let's just get a little bit of the chat rolling. So how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's a beautiful spring day in Melbourne, Australia. And yeah, the ants are starting to wake up.
I have so many questions, but I think we should just go over with the big question, because I am seeing a lot of confusion around the ant keeping community regarding why you changed your name around social media. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Well, there were a few reasons why I decided to rebrand. Firstly, the main reason was to open myself up to a broader range of natural history subjects. As much as I love ants, there's so many other stories that I'm eager to tell. And in saying that, most of my content will probably still be ants, just because I'm so obsessed with them. But yeah, there's so many other species that I'd still love to cover, especially leafcutter ants. And army ants definitely come to mind. So someday I've got to get over to South America, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, are you then planning to travel? But I can
well, planning doesn't really work out now in these times that we're living in right now. But one can dream, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So the simple answer is just that you just want to open you up to a wider...
Yeah, to open up to a wider range of natural history subjects. And the second reason is to also branch off from the business side of things at Ants Australia. If you didn't know, I'm sure your listeners will probably know, there's an Ants Australia store, which I founded with my good friend Nicholas Atkins back in I think it was 2017, so a while ago.
And
now.
Since 2017, I've been wanting one of these products, but
yeah,
haven't got them yet.
I'd imagine it would be quite expensive getting them shipped over all the way across the world.
Exactly, and that's the main reason I don't have them.
Yeah, fair enough.
So was this a quick decision, or was it a long thinker?
I mean, from the beginning, I started the YouTube channel before I started a store. So my goal was always to make videos, and that was always my passion. So when it came to the business side of things, of opening up a store, it was an exciting endeavor. And but it wasn't really what I wanted to do. I didn't really want to be spending 8 hours of the day sanding a block of brick, because that's essentially what you do to create the Waitong nest.
Yeah, I can imagine that it quickly, also just talking with other store owners, it quickly takes a lot more time than you plan.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that you just don't consider when you're starting a business, especially my very first business. Yeah, it was a bit overwhelming, but in saying that I'm taking a step away, I'm still probably going to be involved with Ants Australia in the future, but albeit more as a brand ambassador type of role. For example, recently the Ants Australia team sponsored my annual colour in contest, and they offered up their ant farms as prizes. So that's sort of a way that we'd still be involved with that sort of sponsorship sort of relationship.
Okay, so it really sounds like you have taken, like, if this is a sponsorship, because when I saw it, I just thought you were sponsoring yourself, but you've really, like, you're not with Ants Australia at all anymore. Okay, well, you are an ambassador, but thinking-wise, you're not a part of them at all.
Yeah, so there's been some separation there now.
Yeah, okay. As I said before, we do have a bunch of viewer questions, and I must say, you haven't uploaded for 11 months, I think, and we don't have any negative comments at all. We just have positive comments, people saying, I love your videos, and that they can't wait to see you return to the channel. And I must just say, it's amazing to see that people are so acceptance of you being gone and now starting to come back.
Yeah, that's certainly great to hear that, there's people still supporting my work and wanting to see more. Yeah. And I definitely realize that the videos have become a bit of a scarcity lately, to say the least.
Yeah, well, I must say, the quality you make when you upload, I think it pays up for a lot of the lost time, because your videos are quite insane, on a good way. But we have 4 questions that really repeated themselves quite a lot. The first question being, what is your favorite ant species? Now, this is probably one of the hardest questions you can ask an ant keeper, but is there one species that really stick out to you?
That is definitely a tough question. I'm going to cheat and I'm going to say 2 different species. We've got a tie.
Oh.
I'd say probably weaver ants. Ocephilia smaragdina, however you pronounce that. And giant bull ants. Mainly just because they're so different from pretty much any other species. They're just so unique. Like weaver ants, like for example, like making their nest structures out of leaves up in the canopy, using their larvae to stitch them together. How cool is that?
Yeah, it is. It's so crazy how they have started to figure this out so many thousands of years ago.
And obviously, giant bull ants always have a special place in my heart. Just because they're such a common species where I'm from here in Australia, and I've had so many fond memories of them as a kid. Like I was pretty fortunate as a kid to have parents which would take me out camping pretty frequently. So pretty much every school holidays I was out in the bush somewhere. And I remember catching march flies, which are like these big biting flies. And they land on your arm, but they're like really slow to bite. They take like several seconds to bite you. And I remember swatting them and then picking them up and then carrying them over to the bull ants that were walking by and just handing them off one by one. And so I think that's my very first memory of a Myrmecia bull ant.
I'm impressed your first memories aren't negative as they are a bit aggressive, as far as I've heard.
Yeah, that it could have gone badly. I mean, I'm sure a lot of kids have been stung by one, and then, for the rest of their lives, they've just got this negative connection with them, and they never let it go. Maybe ever let it go.
Yeah, but that's sadly how ants can affect you. Luckily, they have not affected you in that way. The second question that we have a lot of people that have asked is, if you could keep any exotic species from around the world, what would it be?
Also a tough question. Probably leafcutter ants. I wouldn't have a clue on how to raise them though.
I'm getting my leafcutters pretty soon, and I'm really hyped for them because, well, they have been a dream species for so long, and luckily here in Europe we don't really have these hardcore laws with importing animals and stuff like that.
Right. So. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, again, leafcutters are just such a unique species. I mean, the way they farm fungi and use it to nourish their colony is just incredible. And also like the vast variance in worker sizes, like the super specialized tiny nursery workers and those massive soldiers with, heads specifically designed for cutting up leaves.
Yeah, it's an amazing species.
I've really got to head to South America one day. Yeah, got to see these guys in person. Definitely on my to-do list.
Yeah, but it must be a totally different thing seeing them in real life, as you can't really see them going down to the fungus. It must still be interesting, but you can't really see the fungus part.
Yeah, that's true. But even just seeing the ants like cutting up leaves, like, I mean, that's pretty rare for ants.
Yeah.
Not many ants do that.
No, that is very true. Now, the third question that we have a lot of people asking is, when will you upload again? And adding on that, the Urban Ant Keeper asks, do you plan on putting out a feature-length film, or will you continue with these half-hour document format?
Well, as to the first part of the question, currently I'm working on a documentary on, well, my tide favorite species, Myrmecia, which is almost done. I've just filmed I've just finished up filming. I just need to edit everything together now. So yeah, that's on its way. But in the meantime, I've also been working on like a little channel trailer just to give some people some insight onto why it is that I rebranded the channel and my future plans and basically what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it will be nice for, not sure how many who will listen to the podcast, but I don't think it will be all of your subscribers.
Yeah, well, there's always going to be some conversion loss in those sorts of things.
Yeah, exactly.
As to the second part of the question, was it on the length of the videos?
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of thinking of going in the opposite direction. Like instead of making longer form videos, like feature length, sort of documentary style videos, actually going the shorter form route. So something like the 5 to 10 minute mark, rather than going like full in depth in my videos. I just feel like that shorter, more refined content might be more well received to a wider audience. And it also means that they take a lot less time to edit and film. So more videos more often.
Yeah, and I must say personally, when I see a 29-minute video, I will still watch it, but it does scare a little bit.
You sort of need time to allocate to it, don't you?
Yeah.
Like you need to think, do I have the time to watch this now or should I watch it later?
Yeah, so you're a little bit going back to your old roots with these shorter video style.
Yeah, so it's not super short. Like
No, it's not. It's not in TikTok short.
I'm not trying to jump on the TikTok trend or the YouTube shorts or the Instagram reel, that sort of stuff. I'm still all for like, informative style videos which go into some level of detail rather than just here's like one or two quick facts and that's it sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm glad you're sticking to the longer format. But you said you were working on this bull ant or Myrmecia video once again, or you were saying you were working on a Myrmecia video. Is this been in the works for a long time, or are you just starting off again?
Well, it's been on and off. It's been tricky with the COVID lockdown restrictions that we've got here in Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, they've been quite strict.
I think we've hit some sort of record as the city with the longest lockdown in the world or something like that. So yeah, it's been pretty tough because we've been restricted to traveling, within 5Ks from your house or 10Ks from your house sometimes. And you can only leave for essential reasons as well. So I don't know if filming ants counts as essential reasons. So yeah, it's sort of been on and off, and haven't really had the chance to go out filming too often. And even when I had, it was kind of through the winter period, so there wasn't much activity anyway. So yeah, it was a bit unfortunate with the timing on it. But yeah, I've finished most of the filming now, so it shouldn't be too long before I edit everything together, which is probably my least favorite part of the process, but it's got to get done.
Yeah, exactly. And I must say, this is a really good excuse for not uploading. Yeah, I approve of this excuse. It's a
yeah. Well, you could also say, oh, well, why don't you just make videos of the colonies you have at home? Like, you don't have to leave the house for that.
No, that's true. But then again, you can only make that many documentaries about ants you keep
in the confines of your own house. That's true. Yeah.
And going on that, we have a bunch of people, both people who think you have exited the hobby completely, and some just think you have, well, thrown your colonies away. How are all your ant colonies? And adding on that, we have Watch Tone Die, quite a crazy name, who ask, what is your biggest colony?
Yeah, so my colonies are all doing fairly well. As I mentioned, we're just coming into spring here in the southern hemisphere, so yeah, they're starting to become a little bit more active, which is good to see. My biggest colony population-wise is probably a colony of Fidoli. They've got around 1,000 workers or so.
Is this still the Fidoli colony from your channel?
This is a different one, which I haven't made a video on these guys. They're a different species. They're a super tiny species. They're probably like half the size of those other ones. Maybe like 2 millimeters in length.
Yeah, you gotta love those small species.
Yeah, like they're a bit challenging to keep sometimes, but yeah, I just love Fidoli. I've always loved raising Fidoli. They're probably like the least fussy ants in terms of diet I've found. Like they'll literally eat anything, like seeds, nuts, legumes, insects, fruit. They just don't care.
It's quite funny hearing this because most of the people I talk with here in Europe has quite a difficult time raising most native Fidoli species, as they're quite the opposite. Quite
oh really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
But that's just how it is going around the world. I mean.
Well, yeah, there's such a diverse genus. Like, how many different species do they have? Like thousands.
Yeah, it's insane how many ant species there are. If you just look at everything, it's insane. It's must say.
No, I just mean within the genus of Fidoli.
Yeah, that's true.
There must be I think around 1,000.
I just recorded with Aussie ants and Nova ants about Mimisia, and they also said that there were 97 different Mimisia species, and they only live in one country. That's insane.
And that made you even more jealous, I assume.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how it is being in Europe, where we have all these good boring species. Well, we have some interesting species, just not in Denmark. So.
Well, you got the harvester ants, right?
Yeah, exactly. Europe does, Denmark doesn't. So
okay.
I can't even be proud of that. But going on with the next question, we have Ansk Wa, who asked, how did you get into the ant keeping hobby? And together with that, we have Fars, who asked, what was your first species?
I think I was like always interested in bugs, like since a young age. And I think like the way it started was I remember getting gifted one of those cheap Uncle Milton ant farms. Those cheap sort of vertical standing ant farms with like 2 panels, and you put dirt in between the 2 slides, and they give instructions on, you know, how you collect ants, and basically it said something like fill a jar with sugar water and then pick up all the ants that get attracted to it and just dump them in, and that's it. That's your ant farm. And yeah, they're not really designed for the long-term keeping of ants. So I think when I tried it out and I got the ants in there and they dug around for a little bit, they might have only lived for, you know, a few days, a week at best. And so yeah, that's after that I was pretty put off ants and ant keeping, and the box, it got put away back in its box and it never saw light for several years later. And yeah, so several years later, I was sorting out some old things and I found this old Uncle Milton ant farm, and I was curious. I was thinking, oh, you know, what happened with that? And I did some research online, and I was looking at, you know, how you need a queen ant to really make an ant colony functional. So then I was looking into, you know, queen ants, and then how would you find a queen ant? And one thing led to another, and before I knew it, I found my very first queen ant.
How old were you at this time?
I think I would have been around 17.
Okay.
So it was about 10 years ago. It was a while ago.
Yeah, time flies.
Anyway, the very first species was Iridomyrmex, which, for anyone in Europe listening, it's basically the equivalent of Lasius niger. So basically just a super common black ant.
Yeah, this is where my Australian ant knowledge isn't the best, because I thought you said the meat ants, but they must be closely named the same, or maybe I'm just all wrong.
Yeah, so I wasn't certain of the exact species, but it was in the genus Iridomyrmex, which meat ants also fall under. They're Iridomyrmex purpureus.
Okay. And then I'm not all lost yet. The next question we have is how many colonies do you currently own, and are you imagining these number will increase or decrease over time?
So I'm currently looking after, I think, 7 colonies. So there's 3 Camponotus species, 2 Myrmecia species, 1 Rhytidoponera species, and that 1 Fidoli colony I was telling you about earlier.
That's not too many, actually.
Yeah, not too much. I've actually been trying to limit my colony numbers over the years. It got to the point where I think at one time, maybe 2 years ago, I was keeping close to 100 different colonies.
Wow.
And yeah, to be honest, like it made ant keeping feel more like a chore, especially when it came time to like feeding them. Like I'd rarely have time to actually observe the ants as I'd feed them. Like if I did that, it would literally take the entire day to get.
Yeah, I have around 15 colonies, and already now sometimes you don't really have time. You just feed them, and then you don't even see the most interesting part.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, just cutting down and having fewer colonies, I think it just allows you to have more time to devote for each individual one, and gives you more of a personal connection with.
Yeah, definitely. You can't lie to that. So these 7, do you think they're gonna decrease even more, or will they stay at 7?
I think it might stay at 7 for a little while, but it's anting season at the moment, so if I find a queen, who knows, might extend to 8 or 9 or 10. We'll see.
Okay, so next question. You may have already answered this a little bit with you answering you've been in lockdown, but Ants Kingdom asks, what have you been up to beside YouTube?
Yeah, so yeah, that goes back to the whole COVID pandemic situation.
So not much.
Not too much, no. Yeah, like I've just been trying to keep fit, really. That's all I can do. Playing lots of basketball and tennis, taking the dog for walks, going for runs, that sort of thing. Trying to keep somewhat sane during lockdown. I think exercise is a good way to do that.
Yeah, a lot of people have really gone into exercise during this COVID. But what I'm hearing is, well, there haven't really happened too much as well. The world have been in lockdown. So I think we should just move on to the next question, and that is Ant Scandinavia, who asks, what is your opinion on European ant keepers keeping Australian ant species? That's a long sentence.
And thanks, Ant Scandinavia, for the controversial question there. Yeah, it's definitely a hot topic in the ant keeping community for sure. Personally, like, I don't have a strong desire to really keep exotic ant species myself, but obviously I'm going to come off as biased since I'm living here in Australia and we have such a rich diversity of ant species. So yeah, it's tough.
So are you against it, or do you? Well, I know you can't keep exotics yourself due to Australians.
I can definitely see where any European ant keeper would be coming from, and the desire to keep some exotic species from Australia is probably pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, I would love myself a Misia. Not gonna lie.
At the same time, like, it's sort of easy to fall into that trap of wanting something that you don't have. I find, like, almost as soon as you get something you want that you don't have, like, you want something else, and that sort of escalates to wanting more and more and more.
Yeah, I can definitely see this happening, especially with a species like Myrmecia, as they are not the fastest growing. They are not so fast growing, so I can imagine Europeans getting them and being all hyped to put them away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, there might be some situations where people get a little bit overzealous in wanting these exotic species, and maybe they're not the most experienced ant keepers as well. So when they show up, who knows how well they're going to do under their care. There's also a lot to be said against sending ants overseas in terms of, what's their survival rate.
Yeah.
If they're being sent in the post, and how many die shortly afterwards, and because of inexperienced people buying them on a whim, or whether the climate is best suited to the ants, or whether they'll slowly deteriorate. There's just so many different factors to consider when putting an ant which is evolutionary designed to live in one climate and then put all the way on the other side of the world. There's a lot to consider, I think, and I'm definitely no expert on the matter, but I would say no, but like I said earlier, that's a biased viewpoint, being in Australia and having access to all of these amazing ant species. If I was on the other side of the world, who knows?
I mean, you do give quite a good explanation on why. So I think it's a respectable answer, at least. So the next question comes from Vlaco the Conqueror, who asks, what is your favorite aspect of the hobby? And also, if you could choose another continent to live on, what would that be? Continent, sorry.
Another continent. It's another tough one.
Yeah.
I guess maybe South America, just because they got the leafcutter ants going.
Yeah, they are also a country, or they're also a continent that have quite a lot of different species.
Yeah, just somewhere like tropical or subtropical is always going to have, a rich diversity of ants. But leafcutter ants is definitely the big selling point there. But that tropical weather too, like living here in Melbourne, Australia. A lot of foreigners don't realize it, but it actually can get quite cold in winter.
Oh, I actually didn't know how cold. Yeah, I mean, 10 degrees or something.
Like a lot of,
or
not super cold, but around 10 degrees thereabouts. It even snows up in the alpine regions. Yeah,
so at least it isn't as hot as I personally think when I think Australia. I think pretty hot.
Yeah, well, Australia's a big country. There's such a wide range of climates, from up north in Queensland, which is like the northeastern tip of Australia, which is a subtropical climate, so it's completely different to down here in Melbourne, and that's why you see such a big range of ant diversity. You got those weaver ants up north, and the bull ants down south. It's all pretty well separated.
Is there any laws within Australia with shipping ants from one side to another, or is it just like one country?
Yeah, there's different laws depending on what state you're in, and there's different laws on exporting and importing. So some states are really strict. They won't let anything be exported out, or they won't let anything be imported in rather.
Yeah.
So for most states, it's pretty relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it should be for people who were driving across them. But going back to the question, we also have the first part of the question, that was, what is your favorite aspect of the hobby?
Favorite aspect of the hobby? Probably witnessing the queen produce her first generation of worker ants. I think that's always been a pretty special moment. Just like seeing all the queen's hard work finally pay off.
Yeah.
And, she can finally start relaxing and letting the workers take over her duties. Yeah, I've always found that a super satisfying experience.
Yeah, and I know that we'll go into it a bit later, but Ants Canada, he's living between homes, so he's currently just doing some really simple videos of his new Camponotus queens that he's captured. And I must say, it's so nice just seeing some simple videos just with queens having eggs, having larvae, and then having workers. Just really simple. And
back to the basics.
Yeah, And that is I must say I completely agree. It is just amazing when you have a queen that you're rooting for, and well, she comes through and gets some workers.
Exactly, yeah.
So the next question comes from the urban innkeeper, who asks, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?"
That's another tough question.
Yeah, well, we gotta get those good questions for you.
Honestly, yeah. I've never really been one to plan things out that far in advance. So yeah, I often don't know what I'm doing next month, let alone in 5 years. But if I had to guess, probably still be making wildlife documentaries.
Yeah.
With each new video, I'm always trying to improve on my past work. So that's really my main goal for the future, is to continue to refine my skills and sharing my work with the world. And hopefully that leads to some new exciting opportunities. If not, then, I'm still doing what I love doing, and I'm still exploring my passions. So, yes, short answer, I'm not really sure what I'm going to be doing in 5 years, but I'm still excited for the future.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good answer. You don't have all of these planned. You don't have everything planned out.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, well, and I must say I don't have either. Yeah. So the next question is an answer I would personally love to hear, and it comes from Anne's Kingdom, who asks, "What made you join this podcast?"
Well, it's a tough one. Well, when people who personally know me know I'm a man of few words, so joining a podcast probably never really entered my mind before. But yeah, you sent me a message, and I had a look at your work, and I saw how passionate you were about ants and the ant keeping community, and I just thought, yeah, your enthusiasm has rubbed off on me, and I decided to give a podcast a go. So here I am.
And I'm grateful for having you here, because, well, it is amazing having you here on the show. Do you get a lot of these questions for people wanting to work with you, or?
Not specifically podcasts.
No, just a general.
I think I might have got one, or just in general, just there's often people that they want free stuff, basically. And they say, "Oh, I've got X number of subscribers, I do a post, you give me free stuff, let's go from there," sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I typically don't respond to those sorts of messages. Yeah, I prefer to interact with people who are already a big part of the community, and they're making waves, and like yourself, they're very enthusiastic, and you can tell that their passion is genuine for what they're doing, and they're inspiring others, and that's generally the people that I'd like to work with.
Yeah, that is completely understandable. I have quite a few young people also that wants to, well, do co-work with me, and then I'd ask, "Well, what do you have in mind?" And well, they don't really have anything in mind. They just, I get what you mean with the whole have a plan behind it.
Yeah, well, I can understand that most of these people interacting with me are a younger audience.
Yeah.
So I let them off easy. I give them an explanation, but yeah, they just don't really understand that, you have to give something in order to receive.
Yeah. But you said before inspirational, and the next question, well, some people will ask it a little bit controversial, but Watchtone Die asks, "What are your thoughts on Ants Canada?"
Ants Canada, or Mikey Bustos.
Yeah.
I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, he's certainly had a big influence on me. I remember when I first caught my Iridomyrmex queen, I was frantically scouring the internet for as much info on raising queen ants as I could find, and luckily I stumbled across Ants Canada's YouTube channel, and I found his videos to be a really valuable source of information.
Have you ever worked with him, or?
Yeah, I very briefly. not sure if you're aware of the GAN project.
Oh, yeah,
which
yeah.
is an acronym for, the Global Ant Nursery Project. And I was one of the first people that signed up for that. I thought it was a great initiative to get people sort of engaged in the ant community, interacting with other fellow colony members,
Yeah.
other fellow ant enthusiasts,
Yeah.
and doing it, catching natively caught ant species and giving them new homes through the adoption program. I thought that was a really good idea.
Well, when I personally heard that I was doing this, I also popped in a little bit later to see if there was anybody in Denmark. But sadly, there wasn't, so didn't work too well in Denmark back in the days, at least.
Yeah, well, in the early days, there wasn't too many people that were signing up, but I haven't really looked at it nowadays. Have you had a look at it recently?
No, I think recently was 2 years ago, and in Denmark it was still quite dead, at least. But
Right.
Do you still follow Ants Canada today and watch his videos?
Well, I don't watch nearly as much YouTube as I used to. I think the more that I learned about ants and like the more experienced of an ant keeper I became, the less and less I referred to other ant YouTubers, just because most of their content was aimed towards beginner ant keepers. So, their content was tutorials on things that I mostly was pretty well knowledgeable on. So that didn't really appeal to me. But yeah, nowadays I don't really watch that many ant videos or ant YouTubers. But occasionally I have a look at what Ants Canada's doing, and his videos have become a little bit different to what they used to be.
Yeah,
but that's understandable. Like he's definitely going for a different audience than he was initially.
Yeah.
I feel like he's definitely targeting a younger audience base, which is totally fine, like, and understandable. Like, if you want the ant keeping hobby to grow, like, you've got to reach a wider range of people. And I think reaching the younger audiences is probably the best, because, the younger you get them hooked, the more they're going to be involved with ant keeping in the future. And I think some of his content can be a little bit sensationalized and melodramatic, but that's what people like to see nowadays. Like, if you look at the YouTube trending list, it's all about that sort of content. So if I really commend him for what he's achieved.
Yeah, it is really impressive, and I think he is the reason that we have so many young people within the hobby today. And I must say, I can't wait to see the hobby in 5 years or something, when all of these, well, really young people have turned into a bit more of an adult, and seeing how the hobby has grown since then.
Yeah, like, absolutely.
You do have 4 million subscribers and gets thousands of regular viewers, so...
Yeah, it's amazing how fast the hobby's taken off. Just in it sort of peaked around 2016, and then I think he must have gone from 100 or 200,000, jumped all the way to into the millions, just like sort of overnight that happened.
Yeah, I remember, I think I started ant keeping in 2017, or I got the interest in the hobby in these 2016, 2017, due to one of Ants Canada's videos going extremely viral. And yeah, he got me into the hobby. And the nice thing was that when you got into the hobby,